Today is okay, April 20th. Yeah. Today is April 20th, 2023. Um, Welcome everyone here. So yeah, I haven't done one of these streams in a while. Um, but we're going to be going over some pretty major stuff that's been transpiring lately. So we're going to be starting off with the PSAC strikes, which have been all across the country, or been going all across the country. I've heard about this like potentially happening for a while. So and like it doesn't surprise me that they're they're going to be going on strike because their demands weren't met. So that's good. Then we're going to be talking about the CBC stuff, like the controversy with Pierre Poilievre and the CBC, and then we'll move on to the Fox News settlement that happened, as well as some other stuff. Um, so yeah, I guess we'll just start off with the.
We begin with a clock ticking toward what would be the largest strike against a single employer in Canadian history. The Public Service Alliance of Canada has a deadline for tomorrow night. If no deal is reached with the federal government, more than 100,000 federal workers are
So
walking.
this came out a couple days ago with the um or this came out no a couple days ago. Um, so for those who don't know, the workers who are going on strike are underneath the PSAC union, which covers 155,000 workers all throughout the country. And yeah, they went on strike. I believe it starting yesterday. This and like it's the biggest. It's like one of the biggest unions, right? And their demands were uh, better pay, right, as well as like better working conditions. Uh, Basic strike stuff. As like I'm sure there's a lot more to it than uh like especially what the fucking media will push as well. But like I will, but I like 100% stand in solidarity with these workers. Like, this does have the potential for being a to get the ball rolling for like a lot more labor action in Canada. So that's a very good thing to see.
Off the job on Wednesday. Here's how that could affect you. First, your income tax return could be delayed. You could also be delayed crossing the border both by vehicle and by air. Your passport, immigration, or EI application could also be delayed, and if you're a veteran, your application for a new payment could be delayed. The sticking points in the negotiations appear to be wages, job security, and remote work. So what will it take to avert job action?
Oh yeah, I forgot about the remote work stuff. So the for the remote work, you know, people were already working from home, right? And they want people to, you know, or they want to stick continue working from home, right? Which is understandable. I don't blame them from that. So yeah.
Chris Aylward is the national president of the Public Service Alliance of Canada. Mr. Aylward, it's good to talk to you again.
Always good to be here, David. Thank you.
So how likely is a strike at this point?
We're still at the table. We're still talking, and there is still some progress being made. So I am still somewhat hopeful that we can get to a deal by 9 p.m. tomorrow night to avoid a strike.
So if you're still making progress and it's still going okay and you're still at the table, why did you feel the need to set the strike deadline of tomorrow night?
Because we started bargaining in June of 2021. So we've been at the bargaining table for almost 2 years now.
Okay, so one thing to know is that yeah, that is true. First of all, as well as this is a failure on the Liberal government. right? If if the Liberal government had done like like the bare minimum of what they were asking for, they wouldn't have went on strike, right? But the Liberal government failed on that, so you know their negotiations fell through, so they ended up going on strike. Which, like, honestly, if it's been like 2 years since they've been trying to negotiate for this, like, I'm honestly kind of surprised they haven't done so sooner.
When we started back with the mediation session 2 weeks ago, there was some progress made as well as last week, but it wasn't going really fast at all. It was a snail pace. And every day, every week, that workers don't get that fair and decent wage increase, they're falling further and further behind. So that's why we decided to announce this morning we're going to set a clock on this round of bargaining after almost 2 years of being at the table. We don't get to a deal by
Who can blame
9 p.m.
them?
tomorrow night, we'll be on strike Wednesday morning.
Okay, so 9 p.m. tomorrow night, the talks break off, and then like 12:01, I believe it is. That's when the picket lines would go up. Is that your plan if this doesn't work?
Correct, exactly. That's
Right. So when we spoke last week, though, you said if you weren't negotiating through the weekend, that was a bad sign. You negotiated through the weekend. You're negotiating now. So how realistic do you think the hope is of a deal by 9 o'clock tomorrow night?
Like I said, I'm still hopeful. There's still a couple of issues that we're stuck in the mud on. If we can get those issues unstuck and get some talks going back and forth on those issues, I feel like we may be able to get to a deal. Like I said, I'm hopeful of that because we really do not want to go on strike. We do not want to impact Canadians the way a national general strike would impact them. We know that Canadians rely on services every day that our members provide, and our members want to be providing that service. They do not want to go on strike either, but they know if we've got to fight for a fair and decent wage increase, they're prepared to do that.
So let's just
Like, okay, so here's gonna be Mike, man. So here's gonna be one of the major talking points against these workers on strike, right? That being, oh well, they're federal workers, right? Who gives a shit, right? They are part of the working class, just like the rest of us, and I don't honestly see why they shouldn't be paid better. Like, it's a failing on the federal Liberal government for not reaching a deal.
dig into that a little bit, because if there is a strike, essential workers will stay on the job, and you have tens of thousands of essential workers in your union. So how many people would actually walk out if you do strike, and what services specifically would be affected by that?
So as far as the essential services are concerned, so we're looking at anything for, national income security programs, for example, will not be affected. Anything dealing with national security will not be affected. So we have, as you said, we've got about 34,000 of those 150,000 members deemed essential. But we'll still have, 120,000 members involved in the strike out on the streets.
So could we see delays on things like employment insurance claims, income tax refunds, immigration applications, passports, all of those things?
Absolutely. There'll be, in some cases, there'll be complete shutdowns of services, and in other cases, there will be certainly slowdowns and delays, unfortunately, in some of those other services.
Given some of the challenges we've had with government services over the last couple of years, are you prepared for a bit of a backlash from the public if there were further slowdowns? I know passports was a massive issue coming out, of the real depths of the lockdown. Are you prepared for that kind of pushback if a strike leads to a slowdown?
I would imagine so.
Well, let's just talk about that for a second. The last summer with the passport program, because people quickly forget what happened in 2013. In 2013, that's when the 10-year passport was introduced. The government of the day laid off thousands of Passport Canada employees, basically did away with Passport Canada. Passport Canada doesn't even exist today. They come under Service Canada now. So you introduce a 10-year passport program in 2013. You got to figure 9 years from now, there's going to be a scramble of people requesting passports again. And that's what happened last summer.
But still, people were angry about it, and some people may still not have what they want. And if a strike, if job action, further impairs their ability to do that, they're going to be angry again, right? So this is the reality you're facing if you do take the strike.
Canadians are angry today anyway because of the current economic context. Workers.
People are people in Canada are very frustrated, understandably so, with all levels of government. Let's be honest. What happened with my voice? Because federally, like, they're doing a passable job. They're not doing a great job, right? Provincially is just dog shit. Let's be honest with yourselves. And municipal, for the most part, is pretty shit too. And, inflation keeps rising and rising, especially at, like, grocery store. But for the most part, the Liberals have nothing to do with that. NDP interrogated people like Galen Weston for the price hikes, but unfortunately nothing came out of it. So, yeah, it's understanding, or I'm understanding of why they're so frustrated with it.
Right across this country, whether they're unionized, non-unionized, public sector, private sector, workers are fed up. They're frustrated. They watch these mega corporations making record profits, and we sit back and everybody wants to repress the workers' wages. And that's the issue that we're really having with the government. And this government is on record.
The funny thing about that is that a lot of the conservatives are siding with these fucking mega corporations. I'm talking about even conservative voters, right? Which is psychotic. Like, if your sector was being, like, underfunded or attacked by a corporation or whatever, it was like, it would understandably be or they would understandably be mad about that, right? So, like, I don't understand why a lot of those people who are saying that they don't support it don't, like, stand in solidarity with their fellow workers. Like, it makes no sense, right?
Saying they believe in workers.
Mm-hmm.
Well, being the largest employer in the country, then don't try to repress your wages on your own employees, because when they repress wages on their own employees, they're repressing wages for all workers in all sectors. So we want them to come to the table and set that bar so that all workers can get a fair and decent wage increase. Because that's what workers in this country deserve in the current economic context.
Well, let's just talk wages for a second, because last week, I believe, it was 4.5% a year you were looking for, and they were offering a little over 2%. Has that narrowed in the talks? Where are you on money at this point in time?
We have moved from our position, slightly. They have moved in their wage proposal as well, slightly. So there is some movement happening on that front. But as I've said before, we can't move too far off that demand of 4.5 because we want to make sure that our members are at least in line with inflation.
So is it wages that is the sticking point right now, or is it remote work? Because I know this is something where the government has been a little bit more dug in on, that they don't really want to negotiate because they consider the location of work to be a management right, and they don't necessarily want to collectively bargain that. I mean, what is the big issue right now in these talks? Is it remote work or is it money?
Why not? Why do they not want to do that? Like, the one thing that COVID proved to us is that a lot of these, like, office jobs can be done at home, right? And, people are getting used to working at home. And all of a sudden, when, things are allegedly supposed to be good, which, by the way, they're not, world leaders still get tested prior to meeting each other for COVID. And, the rest of us are just like, whatever, who cares, right?
There's a combination of several issues. The key issues that are still on the table, of course, are the wages, are remote work, seniority for under our workforce adjustment appendix. We're seeking that as well. So that's some of the more points we're kind of stuck on. But there's other issues that are being discussed as well, and we're making some improvements and some progress on those other issues as well.
But which of these issues is the most fundamental right now? Do you think where there's the most difficulty in reaching an agreement by 9 o'clock Tuesday night?
The key top priorities: wages, remote work, and our job security workforce adjustment appendix. That would be the issues right now.
There's been a lot of questions asked on Parliament Hill today about the possibility of back-to-work legislation should you go out and these services are impaired. The New Democrats obviously are against it. It doesn't appear like there have been any conversations about that. And I know they've promised anti-scab legislation, right? For federally regulated workers. What's your sense of even the appetite of using back-to-work legislation by the Liberal government?
Well, like you say,
Possibility.
the leader of the National New Democratic Party, Jagmeet Singh, I spoke with him, and obviously they will not support any kind of back-to-work legislation. As far as triggering that legislation, I agree with you. For a party that's promises and has committed to introducing the anti-scab legislation.
And like the funny thing is like, remember when the Ford government tried to do that to teachers and the other unionized workers who were asking for like this almost the same things, right? And like how well the notwithstanding clause worked for them. Yeah, it worked really well for them.
The end of this year, we hope they're not too trigger happy when it comes to back to work legislation.
Okay, so what happens now? I mean, the deadline is 9 o'clock Tuesday night. Are you negotiating through the night? Are talks at that particular stage sort of a marathon final push towards that timeline?
We'll do whatever we can to avoid a strike at 12:01 a.m. Wednesday, April 19th.
But are there talks going this evening and all that sort of stuff as well, or do you take any kind of a break at all?
No, once we get there, once we start at it, normally it's the back and forth can go well into the early hours of the morning.
Okay, Chris Aylward, thanks for coming in.
Always a pleasure, David. Thank you.
We begin the program on the picket line.
What's the mood this morning, my friends? Yeah! The mood is that PSAC members are fired up and are ready to fight for the contract and the wages that they deserve.
There are more than 250 picket locations across the country. Most are right here in the capital on the federal government's doorstep. Elsewhere, public servants are set up outside government offices, passport centers, or even at border crossings. There are two main issues in these talks: money and the ability to work from home.
Let's go,
Workers
strike.
say they can't keep up with costs and they want more flexibility with telework. A lot of services are affected. Here are some of the main ways how. First, your income tax return could be delayed. You could also be delayed crossing the border, both by
Beta
vehicle
male, you're a
and by
fucking
air.
beta male.
Your passport, immigration, or EI application could also be delayed. And if you're a veteran, your application for a new payment could be delayed. To hear the government side of negotiations, Mona Fortier is the president of the Treasury Board. Minister Fortier, I'd like to start, if I could, with the status of negotiations right now. You're still talking. How would you describe the tone of the conversations between the government and the Public Service Alliance of Canada?
Well, good afternoon, David, and thank you for having me. Well, we're continuing conversations at the table and making sure that we're focusing on how we're going to best get to a deal.
But we're on strike, right? We have a strike happening right now in the country. So I wonder, is that a result of negotiations being intractable and a deal being very far out of reach, or is it because the clock ran down on the strike deadline that the union set?
Well, the union set the clock, and it did start till last night. They announced they were going on strike, and the good news is that we're still at the table, and that's what I'm focusing on, finding those solutions to get to a competitive, of course, fair deal for wages and other benefits for workers, and then, of course, that are reasonable to Canadians.
I fucking hate how the media just turns it like this. No, there's way more than just fucking wages here. Yes, wages are a part of it, but it's not the only fucking part of it.
Okay, you said at your news conference earlier today that the union needs to compromise. Does that mean your 9% wage increase offer is the final offer from government on salary? You're not willing to compromise on that any further?
What I'll say is that we have brought the offer to the recommendation that was provided by the Public Interest Commission at 9%, and we believe that is a fair offer.
Right, but does that mean that's your final offer? Because if your position now is that the union needs to compromise, should we interpret that to mean that you're not willing to give a raise in excess of 9% over 3 years?
Well, I will say that's where negotiations are taking part, and of course, if I could share what's happening at the table, it would mean I'd be negotiating in public, which I will not, and I will respect the conversations that are happening at the table.
Okay, but you also said today, Minister, that you don't want to give the union a blank check. They're not asking for a blank check. They're asking for 13.5% over 3 years. Why is that salary request too high?
So there are other non-monetary and monetary issues that they're bringing to the table. Wages are one thing, and that's why I'm saying it has to be reasonable for Canadians and making sure it's not a blank check that we're writing.
So the wage percent...
Here's the thing, it's not a fucking blank check, and honestly, that's reasonable. Like, who gives a shit if they're paid for my with my fucking tax dollars? I'd rather have my tax dollars go to paying workers a reasonable wage rather than bailing out fucking banks, bailing out corporations for making greedy decisions. Like, I'd rather have my tax dollars go to them instead of those fucking corporations.
Is not the primary issue in terms of compensation and costs. It's other ancillary issues that are more of a concern for you?
Because in just Alberta alone, Alberta gave the oil companies, or was it just one? I don't remember off the top of my head. They gave them a company. Either way, they gave like $20 billion towards the industry, which because they, you know, allegedly couldn't clean up their shit that they had, you know, drilled for, which is they have to do by law anyways, so it doesn't really matter. If they don't follow that legislation, then they should be fucking charged with or fined for it.
I mean, walk me through what that means.
So there are many issues. Wages, of course, is one of them, and there are many numbers that came out, as I said, and maybe I want to go back to the fact that we started negotiations a year ago, and PSAC walked out the table and then came back for mediation during the last 2 weeks, and we're continuing, of course, and this is where we're at this time for wages, which is a very important part of the negotiations, but there are other issues that are, of course, being discussed, and those are going to have to get to some compromise and some approach where we get to a deal.
When Chris Aylward was on the show earlier this week, he said that they had compromised a little bit on their salary request. So has PSAC come down from the 4.5% a year over 3 years that they started with? As you moved up to 9, did they move down from 13.5, or are they holding at that upper level?
Again, with all due respect, David, I'd love to have that conversation with you, but I can't, as this is a negotiation at the table, and I cannot start negotiating in public.
Okay, well, I'm going to try again. I may get the same answer, but it's on a different topic, because I know
that fucking hater, man,
is a significant issue in these talks. Are you willing to do a deal on remote work that puts the right to remote work into the collective agreement, or are you insisting on saying as a policy that management can control?
Telework is a management right. We've been looking at how we've been transforming from work by necessity from home during COVID to a hybrid model that gives the opportunity for public servants to work from home 2 to 3 days a week. We also look at what's happening in other jurisdictions.
Why is it only just 2 to 3 days a week? Why can't it be the full fucking week? Like, that's something I don't understand. Like, it's not fucking rocket science, right?
The private sector, and we're offering, I believe, a way to deliver services to Canadians, including hybrid work. and that is what we will continue to work on, making sure we deliver the best services to Canadians.
But if you're not opposed to the model and you're willing to offer it to the employees in the public sector, what's the downside from your perspective on putting it into the collective agreement as opposed to keeping it as a management right operating policy?
Again, my position
Oh boy,
is
let's hear it.
management right. We're looking at how we can, of course, look at how telework can best be used or hybrid work can best be used to deliver services to Canadians, looking at, as I said earlier, what other jurisdictions are doing and the private sector, and we will
Okay, who gives a shit what other jurisdictions are doing? Like, who cares?
continue to look at how we will transform the future of work, and telework is part of it.
So do I interpret that you see it as a management right? So putting it into the collective agreement will be seen as a concession. You'd lose control of it, and that's why you're not willing to do it. Is that the general idea?
Ways to
Well,
do so.
we can continue discussing this, of course. My important point right now is that I believe it's management right, as I said earlier, and we have to look at ways to make sure that it doesn't erode that management right.
Okay, so I'm not wrong. I'm trying to figure out how to define it correctly. You see it as a concession, giving it up
Well,
as a management right? Yes?
again, there are other ways maybe to look, and there are things being discussed at the table that I can't share at this time, but we do have two things that are common. First of all, we want public servants to be able to have the tools necessary, the capacity of delivering those services, and for Canadians to have best services, and we're putting that together to find the right path forward.
Okay, you talk about Canadians having best services, and we heard some pretty stark warnings from your cabinet colleagues today about what happens to some of those services the longer this strike goes on, in terms of passport backlogs, immigration backlogs, complications at the Canada Revenue Agency. How long are you willing to let this go before the government has to consider some sort of back-to-work legislation?
Well, first of all, as I said, the good news is we are at the table. That's what we're focusing our efforts on.
Yeah, the only
Essential
reason why
services-
you're back at the table is because you weren't willing to compromise and meet some demands. Like, they compromised, I don't understand why, you can't do it.
Have been defined prior to the deal with PSAC. As we know, the essential services like AI, veterans income supports, Canada Child Benefit will continue to be delivered. There are other services that are not deemed essential, whereas there will be disruptions. It won't be business as usual, but we are going to try to support Canadians as best as we can. And again, I have to say we respect workers' rights. Therefore, we're going to have to balance the fact that it will be not business as usual for now.
But one of the issues that could be affecting our passports, and you look at the challenges that we've had with passport processing and passport applications over the last couple of years in this country, I can't imagine there's an enormous appetite for Canadians to see more trouble in that particular area. So, Minister, surely there is a tipping point where you have to look at some sort of legislative action if you can't get a negotiated settlement, is there not?
Well, right now I have to say, Minister Gould shared during the press conference this afternoon that we have been working very hard with passports, and for now, of course, they're not deemed essential, but if we can get back to the table, get to a deal, and have this strike be...
Bro, she's literally repeating the exact same thing as that fucking clown that works underneath the Ford government. What the fuck was his name again? Oh, Stephen Lecce. Like, she sounds the exact fucking same. Like, I swear to God, like, they have like a fucking playbook that they all use, and they all pull from it. It doesn't matter if they're fucking liberal or conservative. Like, swear to God.
Less long than it could be, it would be helpful so we could get back to delivering passports for Canadians. And we feel for Canadians, but we also have to respect workers' rights.
You just say get back to the table. I just want to make sure.
Sorry,
there's still talks are still happening.
Okay. The talks are happening, yes.
Okay, so how optimistic are you right now that, I know you can't get into the specific differences that exist on proposals and stuff. How optimistic are you right now that you can have a quick resolution to this, something that's just limits the strike to a day or a couple of days?
Well, I am convinced that we have all the ingredients to have the conversation that will lead to a deal that is reasonable for Canadians.
The Ontario Conservatives literally said the exact same thing, just with a little bit of different wording. Like, what? Like, okay, then fucking do it. It's not simple. It's not that hard. It's pretty fucking simple, to be honest with you. Ugh.
Canadians, and especially competitive and fair for public servants. That's my focus, and I really encourage that we will get to a deal as soon as we can.
Okay, President of the Treasury Board, Mona Fortier, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for taking this time with me.
Okay, now for the other side of this negotiation. Chris Aylward is the National President of the Public Service Alliance of Canada. He's here in the studio. Mr. Aylward, good to see you again.
Great to be here, David.
I wonder what your reaction to what Mona Fortier had to say there.
Oh.
Well, one of the things that I picked up on what the minister said was that, they're arguing that they don't want to put remote work in the collective agreement because it's a managerial right. Mm-hmm. Pretty much everything in the collective agreement is a managerial right. For example, hours of work, right? Managers have the right to tell you what hours you should work. That's in the collective agreement. If I'm told by my manager, you can't work the hours that you want or that you're seeking, I file a grievance. If the intention of the collective agreement has been applied, I'm not going to win my grievance. That's a managerial right as well. So I disagree with the minister that they can't put it in the collective agreement because it's a managerial right.
But they seem to be willing to give you a remote work arrangement, or your members' remote work arrangements, but just not put it into the CBA. So is there a way to do this through side letters, through memorandums of understandings? Are there other ways around this impasse to get your members the flexibility they want, but bring the strike to an early conclusion?
Look, we're willing to look at anything, basically, to make sure that our members' rights are protected, though. And that's the thing. That's the issue for us. It's fine to say that they're prepared to give us something. If it's not in the collective agreement, what happens to that in 3 months, 6 months, a year from now? Those rights are gone. So again, that's why we're asking for it to be put in the collective agreement to make sure. Again, number one, everybody knows what the game rules are. Mm-hmm. It's applied fairly and consistently, and we have recourse rights.
You're on strike, so obviously negotiations didn't go as well as you had hoped. But give me your sense of the tone of the talks right now. Like, it doesn't seem to me anyone's flipping tables and that talks are pointless. I mean, how would you describe the situation internally and the possibility of getting to a deal quickly?
As the minister said, we are still at the table. We're going to continue to talk. If there's a willingness on the employer side, we'll continue through this weekend. We'll stay there for as long as it takes to get to a deal, because that's our goal, is to get to a deal. We didn't want to start this strike at all. Our goal from June of 2021, going on 2 years, we've been in bargaining, almost 2 years. Mm-hmm. Again, it's like we just need to get to a deal. For those first few months, I mean, there was absolutely nothing happening. When we announced the strike votes in January, all of a sudden the talk started going. But I mean, as I said, we're still at the table, we're still talking, we're still trying to get to a deal that satisfies both sides.
So when you made the decision at 9 o'clock last night, or 9:15 when you had the press conference, was that because progress wasn't being made at all, or just because you'd hit that deadline and you didn't have the critical mass to get a tentative agreement? Was it the clock ran out rather than you weren't making progress?
No, I mean, we were making some progress, but we could see, like, we're just not close enough to a deal to say, okay, maybe we'll just stay at the table. And once we announced the deadline of 9 p.m. Last night, we stuck with it. We weren't going to change that. We put it out to the membership that you may be on strike Wednesday morning, depending on what this government chooses to do.
So on wages, we've seen the new number of 9% over 3 years from the government came out today. You had initially, your opening proposal, I believe, was 13.5, right? 4.5, 4.5, 4.5. Right. Have you come down a bit from that? Because the other day you suggested there's been some movement on your side, on their side. We've seen their movement. Have you moved down from your high number that you started with?
We have. There's been some compromise on both sides. But, we still got some room to make up. and that's why we're staying at the table.
So it's not a 4.5% gap. It's slightly smaller than that. I'm guessing you won't tell me exactly how big that gap will be.
Compromises have been made on both sides.
All right, so I wonder about this. You know, we saw the ministers out today, and they laid out the impact this is going to have on services. And there's about 40,000 essential workers who will keep doing important stuff. But a lot of key things like passports and immigration applications, those are going to start to pile up the longer this goes on. Given everything, the challenges in those departments over the past while, are you worried about public opinion turning against you and your members if this goes on?
I mean, here's the thing. When it came down to the education staff that was asking for better wages and better working conditions during their strike that happened not too terribly long ago, they said the exact same thing, right? And even though, like, parents, you know, understandably didn't really want to have their kids out of class or whatever, they still understood where the education workers were coming from, right? So honestly, when it comes down to the public opinion wavering on the PSAC strikes, I honestly don't think it's going to waver too terribly much, because, you know, we saw how the strikes happened with those education workers, and, like, overall, like, generally speaking, people tend to be a lot more accepting of the grievances of those who are striking, right?
Gone too long.
We're asking the public to be patient. Yes, we're on strike. Yes, there'll be slowdowns of program deliveries and that. We're asking the public to be patient. Workers are fed up. For the same period that
True.
we're in negotiations for, the inflation rate is 13.8%, or 14.8%, sorry, or 13.8.
Yeah, a lot of numbers in negotiations.
There is, you're absolutely right. So, you know, again, we said we want to make sure that we're staying somewhat in line with the rate of inflation. Workers can't continue to have, you know, their wages repressed and repressed and repressed. And when the federal government, the largest employer in the country, represses its wages for its own employees, what in fact they're doing is repressing wages for workers right across the country, whether they're unionized, non-unionized, public sector, or
He's
private
right.
sector. And that has to
Which is
stop.
why when the which is why when these guys get a raise, when it comes down to things, you know, generally speaking, like the minimum wage for federal workers, that is, they oftentimes, you know, some provinces will try and compete with that, right? Or their provincially mandated minimum wage in comparison.
Stop. When workers in this country are sitting back.
Because here's the thing. Wage increases doesn't hurt anyone, right? It's the same discussion that we have when it comes down to the minimum wage minimum wage debate. Great fucking band. But yeah, no, it's the same as the whole, like, minimum wage debate that happens. Like, no, like, the thing is that, you know, you're always going to have those psychos who understand literally nothing about, like, labor action or how like an increase of wages for a group of, especially, like, even unionized workers, you know, acts out. Because then, like, here's the thing, right? When I'll use the minimum wage debate, right? Say it was to raise to $24 an hour, right? I often hear, okay, then what's stopping me from going to flip burgers? I'm like, and I tell them Nothing is stopping you to going and flip fucking burgers for $24 an hour. You know, if you're getting paid more at a different job, like, you're going to be taking that, right? And you know, for the most part, people don't give a shit unless, you know, they have like a certain preference on which they'd rather do, which, you know, everyone does to a certain extent. But you know, it's, if, you know, flipping burgers is going to be paying you better, then you're going to be going to go flip burgers. It's up to your employer then to, you know, stay competitive and increase your wages, right? And if they don't raise their wages and stay competitive, even with the minimum wage, then they're going to go under, because then production won't really happen and all this other stuff. Like, you know, there's a whole bunch of other things to that. So like, wage increases never hurt anyone. The only people that they hurt are the owner class. That's why the owner class tries to divide workers so very much, and, you know, sells you a bunch of propaganda, like through the Conservative Party for sure, and and the Liberal Party as well. Like, to a certain degree, especially at the provincial level, sometimes the NDP repeat that same propaganda, but usually they're pretty good about not doing so.
And watching corporations make, you know, record profits. We're getting gouged every time we turn around. We're being gouged, but yet nobody wants to pay workers. No, just keep the wages down. We're asking the government to come to the table.
Well, yeah, here's the thing though, right? Is that, you know, poor billionaires like Galen Weston aren't making enough money. And in fact, he has to, you know, make an extra like $1 million a year, because I don't know if how many people have heard, but he increased his salary by $1 million, whilst you know, the people that are working for him can't even afford to fucking buy shit at like Loblaws or Superstore or any of his other companies for that matter. Like, they can't even fucking like buy shit at where they work. So like, it's like unsurprising. And like, the fact that like you know, no party for the most part, like outside of like the NDP, are like, hey, let's, you know, actually try and solve this fucking problem that we're facing. You know, it's unsurprising that, you know, this happens. Like, it's only a matter of time before we see more and more. Like, this year has been fairly good for labor movement in Canada, so that's always a good thing. I hope to cover more at some point.
To set that bar for all workers in this country so that no worker is actually left behind. Workers can't wait any longer to receive a decent and fair pay increase.
But, you know, there were questions asked today. You know, you might have people getting ready to take that summer vacation, maybe the first one since the pandemic. They're waiting on their passports, or they need to get passports. They might not.
Okay, who cares? They can always reschedule it. Like, I think this is a little bit more important than your fucking, like, summer vacation. Like, to Cancun. Like, I don't give a shit. I'm sorry. Like, I think it's infinitely more important that, you know, people are paid fairly. They are able to work from home if they want, as well as, you know, having better working conditions. It's not fucking rocket science. And like, the only people who I literally see fucking complain about this are wealthy people and conservatives. Like, it's so fucking stupid. Like, you're not, you know, you're not getting anything out of it by, like, you know, not supporting these individuals, because it will come around to help you out in the long run. Like, I don't give a shit if your I don't give a shit if your passport takes excuse me. I don't give a shit if your passport takes like another week or so to get in. I do not care. Or like I can understand like a little bit of the frustration when it comes down to say your income tax returns, right? Like I can understand that frustration because some people do rely on that in order to get by. Like yeah, I understand that, but at the same time, everyone deserves a decent pay, whether they're whether they're underneath government contracts or not. It doesn't matter.
I get them because of all of this if it goes on too long. I mean, what's your message to Canadians who may lose out on things while this is happening?
Well, in the issue of the passports, if somebody is traveling next week and they need a passport, that service is still available. The emergency passport is still available, and they'll get their passport. If you're not traveling next week, again, we're just asking Canadians to be patient. We're at the table. We're trying to get to a deal. That's our goal here. But again, we want to make sure that this government understands that this is about working people in this country. And again, workers can't take another hit of a rollback, of a wage rollback, and that's what this government is basically asking.
The government doesn't want to touch the issue of back-to-work legislation. They've made that pretty clear. The New Democrats have said they wouldn't support it, and it seems based on your description of the nature of the talks and the government's description of the nature of the talks, that may not be necessary. Do you think the way things are right now in your discussions that this could be a short strike, a medium strike? I mean, what's your sense of how long this could go on for?
We're hoping for a short strike. As I said, we want to get to a deal.
Yeah, and like that's the thing that that's the thing that a lot of people don't understand about striking, right? That striking is usually like the last thing that people want to do, right? And they don't want the strike to last forever, right? It is nice to to see that like the Liberal government or the federal Liberals are actually willing to come to the table, unlike the Conservative government in Ontario. Like they are more willing to come to the table than them. So I have hopes, but I don't really know at this point. It will definitely depend. And like I'm honestly kind of not I'm not surprised that we're seeing like general strikes here in Canada as well, because we've been seeing like this year has been a very big year for striking. We had France, which is still going on, by the way. Oh, that's right. Like they, there's like piles of garbage everywhere because they're not listening to, or the Macron government is not listening to them. There's like fires and everything like that, as well as like they went and like did some stuff over at the was it the BlackRock building out there, which honestly, like, fuck BlackRock, right? As well as Israel had strikes. I don't know if they're still going on, as well as South Korea, if I'm not mistaken. I think South Korea has been seeing strikes as well. So, it's a good thing to see for sure. Like this year has been a very good year for striking.
Again, we need to start making some progress at the table on all of the issues. As the minister said, there's other issues at the table that we've made very little progress on. We haven't seen anything tabled by the employer. So again, we need to make progress. And the only way to do that, of course, is to stay at the table.
Sorry, has any progress been made since the strike started, or since you announced last night you were going to? Has there been any movement from management at all today?
There's been some. Again, we continue to talk. We continue to discuss the discussions, and we're hopeful that we're going to be able to get to a deal.
Okay, Chris Aylward, thanks for your time. The voice is, even using the bullhorn, talking to the members on the picket line. Thank you so much. That's the National President of the Public.
Here today to send the message to Treasury Board.
We're standing here for every single worker in this country.
Hello, I'm Andrew Chang. Welcome to About That. So yes, we are into day 2 of a Canada-wide public sector
Not sure why that happened.
strike, the magnitude of which we have not seen in like 2 decades. It involves nearly 160,000 federal civil servants affecting more than 20 different government departments, including the ones that handle your taxes, your passports, pension payments, policing, border security, marine safety, immigration, the list goes on. It's like a third of the federal public service.
And workers are fed up. Workers are frustrated. And workers are saying, enough is enough. We're not going to take the garbage anymore.
Now, up until yesterday, the biggest question in this looming labor disruption was whether it would actually happen. Now that they've pulled the trigger, the question is, how long will it go on for? And at what point?
I mean, like, honestly, who cares? France has been striking for, like, what, 3 months at this point? Like, you know, if it has to go that long, then so be it. I don't give a shit. You know, you should be standing in solidarity with your fellow workers.
Might the federal government force its employees back to work?
Now, I can't stress enough how disappointing this is. Based on the progress we've made at the negotiating table, this is not where we should be.
To a large extent, all of this hinges on how fruitful we expect negotiations between the two sides to actually be. So first, the good news, they're talking.
They are presently negotiating at the table.
My friends, we're still at the table. Talks are ongoing.
But the bad news
We're going to stay out here for as long as it takes.
doesn't sound promising, does it? Especially when you consider that they've been at this now for 2 years with no resolution.
Yeah, and like, understandably, I would be, you know, upset about that too. Like, it's, you know, literally anyone would be mad about that.
Ups and downs later, this past winter, the Public Service Alliance of Canada, the PSAC, called for a strike vote, and it passed overwhelmingly. Now, there are actually multiple unions involved, and different people, like, you know, employees of the Canada Revenue Agency, for example, they fall into a slightly different category. But if I could generalize here, the central sticking point is pay. And for most of the
Oh, I knew for a fact this would be the only fucking thing that the media would be hyper focusing on, is just fucking pay, pay, pay. Yes, that's an element to it, but there's a lot more than just fucking pay. I really hate when the media does this. It's so infuriating.
union members involved, the government's offer is a 3% raise each year for 3 years. The union wants 4.5.
Like, keep in mind that this doesn't even keep up with inflation. This number that the government's offering does not keep up with inflation.
And lest you think that doesn't sound all that far apart, well, the union president, Chris Aylward, told reporters after the strike was in motion, we're still a ways apart. Remote work is also a big issue. They want clear contractual language, a framework for employees to be able to work from home where it makes sense. The government just hasn't been willing to commit to that, instead offering a sort of hybrid back-to-work regime on a case-by-case basis.
We will continue to work with the PSAC to reach agreements that are fair and competitive, but we cannot do that unless the union is prepared to compromise. We cannot write a blank check.
Bottom line, this goes on until the two sides agree, or until one of them decides enough's enough. You see, the federal government has a nuclear option, which we'll discuss in a moment. But also consider, nobody can stay on strike forever. You know, it's draining, for one.
My man has not been paying attention to what the fuck has been going on in France then. Like, if he actually looked out at France, like, you are very wrong on that, sir. Sorry to tell you, but like, I honestly think that, you know, it could be it could be similar if if they don't listen. I mean, like, if it was a conservative or federally conservative, then yes, 100%. Like, I could see them being out there for like 3 months at least. Like, you know, we know how conservatives are. They don't like to come to the table at all. Then lie when they come, and then lie that they say that, oh yeah, we're always open. That we're always open. You know, we're always at the table, ready to go to the table. It's always the union who's not willing to come to the table. Because that's the exact same shit that Doug Ford and Stephen Lecce tried to push.
You got to make money, and the public may not support your cause indefinitely, if they ever really did in the first place. Let's talk that through.
Only the fucking, like, maybe not even that. Like, I was going to say maybe, like, you know, more conservative areas, but like even like they understand that, you know, it's more than, you know, just wages, right? It will most likely be like more wealthy people for sure that will be complaining about it for sure. So.
Okay, so we've got David Camfield on the line. David, you're an associate professor of labor studies at the University of Manitoba. How you doing?
I'm fine. Glad to be here.
Hey, thanks for being here. So can we start just with an explanation of how striking workers actually even get paid in the first place? Because it's not the government who's paying them, and they don't make nearly as much.
That's certainly right. Their pay from the employers will stop when the strike begins, and they have to rely on strike pay, which is paid by the union. And the way it works is that the union will have accumulated strike funds through the dues that members pay to the union on an ongoing basis.
As well as the, you know, union dues go to other things as well outside of just union pay as well, but you know, or strike pay as well. But yeah, that does come from the union, for sure.
And then once the strike begins, workers who do strike duty, participating in a picket line or other designated alternative forms of strike duty, would be getting strike pay in exchange for that service to the collective effort that they're putting in.
Now, my read of the situation, and this is from the PSAC website, is that generally, and there are exceptions, but generally speaking, for most members in most parts of the country, strike pay amounts to something like $75 a day for each person if they show up for, I think it's 4 hours on the picket line. But if you multiply that out by however many hundreds or, you know, thousands of people who may be on the picket line daily, that cost could really add up, like maybe even hundreds of thousands of dollars a day. So how long can the union afford to keep paying that?
It's a good question. The union does have a sizable strike fund because they have not had a pan-Canadian civil service, public service strike like this since 2004. And in addition...
Yeah, like, do keep in mind that this is a very historic strike within Canadian history. We haven't seen a strike like this in like 2 decades at least. Like, it's one of the biggest strikes that has ever happened in Canadian history.
They would have the ability, if they needed to borrow money, probably interest-free loans from other unions, large unions that have significant reserves. So I don't know exactly how long they could stay out for, but it certainly would be a number of weeks.
How would member morale be a factor over that period of time? Because even the union itself is telling its members, you got to brace for hardship, right? Consider renegotiating or reconsolidating loans, you know, start saving up for your emergency fund, buy food in bulk, like that sort of thing.
Certainly, there's hardship involved. People are going to be making less money than they would when they were working in a normal way. So the question is, how much resolve is there in the membership to actually achieve the gains at the bargaining table and to resist any concession demands from the employer that might be on the table? And that's hard to tell, but I have the impression that there's a pretty firm determination to get a good wage settlement. And I think for some PSAC members, it's also really important to make gains on issues like remote work.
I have about 20 seconds left here, David. Last question about public opinion and whether you think the general sentiment of Canadians factors into how long the strike can go on.
I do think that the level of public support makes a difference, certainly in terms of the morale of strikers. It's not the only thing that affects that. But you know, to the extent that people feel that what PSAC members are fighting for is something that they're also concerned with in terms of trying to keep up with the rising cost of living, then that could be a factor.
David Canfield, we'll leave it there. Thanks so much.
You're welcome.
Now, I mentioned a second way that this strike could end, and that would be if the government were to try to force striking civil servants back to work. It's certainly been done before.
Again, like we've seen the Ford government try to do that with the notwithstanding clause. That worked out so well for them. And, you know, it's if they try that, or if the federal government tries to do that, you know, I don't really think those on strike will be too impressed with that.
4.
One day before one of the busiest online shopping days of the year, Ottawa is intervening in the 5-week-old Canada Post strike. The federal government has tabled back-to-work legislation after learning of parcels piling up and deliveries being delayed into the new year, according to Canada Post.
The Canadian Union of Postal Workers went on a series of rotating strikes in late 2018. This went on for several weeks, but by the time it had morphed into this kind of full-blown nationwide strike, the government's patience was already starting to wear thin. 9 days later, the Trudeau government introduced back-to-work legislation, which passed 5 days after that. Earlier that same year, there was the CP rail strike.
A labor dispute that threatens to derail supply chains for Canadian businesses, industry, and agriculture. Now, this is video into us from Toronto overnight. As you can see, some of the more than...
Do keep in mind that, you know, I think most of these people are like conservative and everything, right? But like, you know, they still deserve like a decent pay raise or wages, you know, decent working standards and whatever. Like there's usually very valid reasons on why people go on strike. Like the media will sell a bunch of fucking propaganda being like, oh yeah, you know, it's whatever, you know, it's all about money, which no, it's usually not about money. Like that does play a part in it, but it's usually not like the only thing.
30,000 CP rail strikers are already on picket lines.
Around 3,000 train and signal operators walked off the job, disrupting, you know, the flow of goods.
Yeah, because like I do vaguely remember that, like, you know, they were on strike for, you know, not working like 12-hour days and shit, right? Because rail workers work a fuck ton during the day, or like their days are very, very long. And like they're still fairly long, as well as like, you know, not being able to, you know, stay or take some time to be with their family and whatever, right?
Actually led to job losses in other industries as a result. Back-to-work legislation was once again introduced, passed, and implemented. And there are other examples too. Another CP rail strike 6 years earlier, an Air Canada strike where flight attendants were forced back to work. So look, you know, there's certainly precedent here. When asked directly whether the Prime Minister would force striking PSAC employees back to work,
Is back-to-work legislation an option? This is only the first day of union disruptions. We have work to do at the bargaining table, and we have made proposals that are on the table, and we're not going to reflect on anything further.
Which, you know, says almost nothing about, you know, whether he would force them back to work. But the NDP's Jagmeet Singh, whose support Trudeau has relied upon to make his minority government work, he says he has had conversations with Trudeau and has said explicitly that he would not support back-to-work legislation, even if it was a confidence vote, even if it could trigger an election.
We want to hear a commitment from the government that they will not be bringing back-to-work legislation, that instead they will commit to negotiating an agreement at the table and not forcing these workers back to work.
So how long would this have to drag on, and under what circumstances would the government actually feel compelled to legislate these employees back to work? And Catherine Cullen joins us right now. Catherine, you're a host of the House on CBC Radio. Politics is totally your jam. So let's start with the Prime Minister. So Justin Trudeau, his point of view, I mean, he's not beating any war drums yet, right? But what are the calculations that he would be considering as far as like whether or not to legislate back to work?
Yeah, Andrew, I mean, there's definitely a balancing act going on here. On the one hand, you have the fact that people aren't going to have access to some government services. On the first day of the strike, we already saw people heading to passport offices only to find out that they couldn't necessarily get the services that they wanted there. A lot of attention to the fact that this affects a lot of employees of the Canada Revenue Agency right around tax time. That is not ideal either, although we should say, if you file electronically, everything is supposed to proceed as planned. But, you know, the government is definitely mindful of the fact that Canadians will be frustrated by that. At the same time, the Liberals have tried to be pretty cozy generally with organized labor. It's not necessarily a good look to bring down the hammer and shut down their ability to strike. I think it's a question of how long Justin Trudeau and the Liberals feel it's appropriate to let things go, and whether they believe that there's a solution that they can find at the negotiating table.
Well, and I wonder, like, is legislating back to work even an option given what the NDP leader, Jagmeet Singh, has said, right? Like if we take what he said at face value, that he just would not support any back to work legislation, how does that even get through Parliament?
Well, you have to assume they wouldn't get support from the NDP, but that doesn't mean that they couldn't pass a piece of legislation, right? The obvious dance partner for them on this would be the Conservative Party. That's a really interesting one because, I mean, man, the Liberals and the Conservatives are at each other's throats generally in Parliament.
Yeah, but like the thing is that they hate like both of them hate workers more than each other. Like, you know, I could honestly see them working together in order to pass a back to work legislation. Like, it's one thing that I could just see them doing. But time will tell, because like Pierre Poilievre is a fucking LARPer who just like, oh, I give a shit about workers, blah blah blah. Like I've seen you know, fucking videos of him being like, oh, I support these fucking workers and everything, and like, and at the same time he's like, he's voting against, you know, things that would, you know, improve things for Canadians, right?
But that said, you have Pierre Poilievre, who's been out there talking about the problems with big fat government. So you would think that this would be a little bit more sort of fitting with the Conservative worldview. At the same time, Poilievre's really been trying to reach out to workers. I think the Liberals think that they would have a dance partner if that's the route that they had to go, but it's tricky.
And if there is, you know, no dance partner to be had, is there an even sort of wilder political option where the Liberals say, well, you know what, we're going to play the game of chicken, we're going to, you know, kind of put the legislation on the table, make it a confidence motion, and if it fails, then like election time? Like is that a thing?
It would be bold, I will say. Like, as much as we always talk about in minority government situations, will they, won't they election, I don't think anybody in Ottawa is really looking for an election. I mean, it's part of the reason that the NDP and the Liberals have this confidence and supply agreement is that they would both like to avoid an election. Don't really know that the Conservatives feel quite ready for one here either. I mean, I suppose there's the option of just letting the strike endure, but I would just say we're really not there yet. These are the opening days. I think there is still some optimism that there's some way to work this out and this sort of looming threat of bringing down the hammer. But you never know. Politics can get pretty wild. That's why I love covering it.
Totally fair point. But let me just circle back to the original question that we started this whole segment with, which is how long could this strike go on? I mean, to that, your answer would be what?
I think the vibe, if I can put it that way, amongst the folks in Ottawa that I have talked to is that ultimately this will probably be a relatively short strike. It's always so dangerous to predict things in politics. It's making me a little squidgy here. But the sense is this is going to be relatively short one way.
It all depends on the Liberals. Like, if the Liberals are able to work out something that the union deems passable, you know, then it will be a short strike. If not, then it will be a little bit longer. It really depends on the Liberals as well as the union to a certain extent. You know, there's a lot up in the air, but it sounds like it will probably be a fairly short strike. I don't really see it being too terribly long, but time will tell. Like I imagine it shouldn't be too terribly long.
Or the other. The negotiating table, it's really a black box. People don't really want to talk about what's going on there, but I think there is actually a reasonable amount of hope that they can work this out at the table. There's also very much the possibility that they could just force them back to work. I don't see this being a protracted situation, but you know, I mean, time and only time will tell. We'll see.
Yeah, and I mean, the two sides are talking, which of course is a good sign for where we are today.
Yeah,
Hey,
compared to the education workers in Ontario, you know, there was like literally no fucking dogging on the part of the government, so that's cool. But it definitely is a good sign that they are talking. Like the government and the union are talking for sure. It's a very, very good sign.
hey, Catherine Cullen in Ottawa, thank you so much for this.
You're welcome.
We will remain at the table. We will remain for as long as it takes during the strike. And we will remain on strike until the government addresses our key issues.
The main union demand more money, a more than 13% raise for workers over 3 years.
I fucking hate
That's
how
higher
media
than
always says that shit. It's always about fucking money. Oh my god, I'm going to have an aneurysm if I keep fucking hearing it.
Ottawa had planned. Its message that the deal should be fair to workers and taxpayers. The union also wants clear rules around remote work. With the sides still divided as the strike deadline approached, preparations and negotiations happened in tandem.
We have a competitive and fair wage offer on the table.
A strike means the work of government grinds to a crawl. Canadians were warned to expect delays processing taxes, passports, and immigration applications, also crossing borders by air or ground.
There would be a serious impact on any departments that have staff who've been impacted. We know that processing delays are the kind of thing that could take place.
Along with wins for its workers, the Public Service Alliance of Canada has been clear. Its goal is a deal that sets a precedent.
It's time for workers in this country to stand up and stand with us and say enough is enough and push back.
All right, Kate, it's been a generation since we've seen a strike of this scale, and we are now hearing from people tonight worried about how it will impact them. For instance, pension payments.
Yes, the whole government is not necessarily shutting down. People will still be able to access essential services like getting their pensions, getting employment insurance. The big question is what comes next. Now, the government says that it has issued a fair offer. It's saying that what PSAC is asking for is unaffordable to Canadians. Now, this can end in one of two ways. Either the two sides can negotiate an agreement and settle on it, or the government can legislate them back to work. So we'll be tracking this story and we'll be seeing how it evolves over the next few hours.
Indeed, we will. Kate McKenna, thank you very much.
Okay.
We begin with a clock ticking toward what would be the largest strike.
So, Tom, who is this really on? It's not like the government was not seeing
Yeah,
this
let's see what
coming.
the fucking conservatives have to say.
Negotiations have been going on for a while, and here we are, another protest, another strike in the country.
Yeah, sometimes unions just feel that they have to dig in a little bit, and a strike is a way of showing how seriously they're taking this. On Mr. Trudeau's side, there's an advantage to this strike in the following sense. Mr. Trudeau is under a lot of pressure, for example, for having increased the size of the federal bureaucracy by a whopping 31% in the 7.5 years that he's been there. So that's something that's hard to explain in terms of management. Hearing that the places that will be affected will be things like passports, well, the passport office has been an absolute total mess. It's starting to get better, and now there's the strike. So this is a way for...
I mean, yeah, I wonder who made it a fucking mess. Could have been the fucking Harper government that, you know, made it a mess.
For Trudeau to say, no, I take this management stuff seriously. Look, they're out on strike. I'm not rolling over. I'm not giving them everything that they want. The unions have every reason to want to settle, for the good and simple reason that if there is eventually, it's possible, a change of government and the Conservatives came in, I think they'd be pretty tough negotiators on this stuff. So I think that on both counts...
Yeah, and then guess what? The fucking, they'll remain on strike because, like, fuck, look at, like, I mean, look at Macron. Like, you know, uh, he's fucking conservative. I think he's fucking farther than conservative, to be honest, but most people will classify him as conservative. And like, France has been on strike for 3 months, so yeah.
Fun to follow and realize that this is a set piece maneuver. This is not something that, as you correctly say, this doesn't come out of nowhere. Everybody knew that this was the likely outcome. What's interesting politically is that Mr. Singh has laid down a clear marker saying he will not vote for back to work legislation. Now, that's also entirely predictable. The workers, their unions have always been the closest to the NDP. What are we hearing from the other parties? Well, the Bloc Québécois says never, and I know them, and I can tell you that they will never vote for back to work legislation in this case. And everybody would say, well,
and like, here's the thing, right? I came across a poll a couple days ago where, like, hypothetically, right, if an election was to be held today and, the results of the polling were to happen, the thing is that neither the Liberals nor the Conservatives would form a majority government, right? And I think it was the Liberals, like, essentially they would have, like, regardless of which party won the or was ahead, like, it was like a 3-seat difference. It was a 2 or 3 seat difference. But essentially they will, they would have to form government with Le Bloc Québécois. And the thing is that, whoever won the majority or whoever won the more amount of seats would only have like a 3-seat like majority or a 1-seat majority, right? And the funny thing is that, especially with what Poilievre has said about the CBC, which we will be getting into later on in the broadcast, don't worry. The Bloc Québécois would not form government with the Conservatives. So I honestly they would form government with the Liberals most likely, if like that was to happen.
Well, then the Conservatives would vote with the Liberals because, this is an essential idea. This is essentially a question of confidence in the government. If you can't run the government and have legislation in Parliament and force people back to work, then they've lost confidence. The Conservatives are sending out a very interesting signal saying, well, it's far from clear that we're going to back the government on back to work legislation. So what does that mean?
Here's the thing, though. Like, even though they say that, they 100% will. Because when it comes to fucking over workers within the country, the Conservatives love fucking over workers, right? I mean, just look at the provincial level. Like, it's dog shit, trying to privatize healthcare. When workers go on strike, they force them, or they force the notwithstanding clause and back to work legislation on them. It's they do a lot of shitty things that fuck over the workers, right? So, it's like the funny thing is that, like, especially like the Conservatives, especially Pierre Poilievre, will say one thing and then do the other. Like, it makes no fucking sense. Like, he's said so many times that, he supports workers and he's going to be there for workers and whatever the fuck. But when it actually comes to, like, legislation that would help workers, he's voted against it. And, like, Conservatives lap that up. Like, they take it hook, line, and sinker. Like, they are some of the dumbest people that I know of.
Government could fall on this, and that's a small possibility. I think that cooler heads will prevail, and there'll be a signature, and they'll get back to work. But what we're sensing here, that's what I'm decoding, is from the Conservatives. They've been careful up until now not to be seen to be provoking an election. Now they seem to be less worried about that. Their numbers are strong. Their leader.
Yeah, their numbers are strong by like 3% or something like that. The funny thing is that regardless, you know, like regardless, they'll still probably lose an election. Like Pierre Poilievre is drastically unpopular with Canadians. Like I honestly thought, like honestly, Aaron O'Toole had a better shot of becoming prime minister than fucking Pierre Poilievre. Like the only people he has supports with him are like right-wing fascist losers. Like that's the only people he's like has support from. You know, he's not, you know, targeting the important groups when it comes to an election, being women and younger voters. You know, those are some of the more important. Those are the more important voting blocks when it comes down to an election, because those two voting blocks helped Trudeau win for 2 elections in a row now. And when you have someone who's, you know, siding with like psychotic Republicans and like right-wing grifters like fucking Elon Musk, you know, it's unsurprising that, you know, he'd be drastically unpopular with the fucking with those people, right? And like, don't get me wrong, like the Liberals are just as unliked as the fucking Conservatives, but the Conservatives are even more disliked because, you know, they have no fucking they have no like they have no legislation that would actually like do anything if, you know, compared to like hurt people like in the long run. You know, it's just fucking silly.
He's performing well. He's becoming more and more disciplined. His messages, while still sometimes over the top, are starting to reach a wider audience. And I think that the Conservatives are starting to feel that maybe they could take on Trudeau. So stay tuned, because this could, I mean, these types of things, actually, they get out of hand. Once you go past days and you wind up in weeks, then moods harden, both around at the bargaining table, both on the government side and on the union side. They'll get angry. And that's not a good way to get to an easy settlement.
Very interesting, and the analysis for sure. So the last time around, Tom, you would recall when something like that happened, I believe that the strike carried on for about a week. What would you say that a week in current scenario, talking politically what you just explained, is a week too long for this government to handle? Will they be able to handle the pressure? No.
No, it won't
a
be
week
too long.
would be just about my guess here, because that is my experience. I've been in the union movement. I was elected to one of the, to help lead one of the largest public service unions in Quebec City, the professionals union up there. We went through a brutal strike with the Parti Québécois government in 82, 83. And I can tell you, when things harden too much, when you're into the second or third week of a strike, they don't want the union to give in. So even if the union comes back with a proposal to settle, it's the workers who at some point will say, no, we didn't go out on strike to get that. So that's why it's a very delicate thing to get the timing just right. Trudeau has to show that he's not going to simply cave to what the unions are asking. The union has to be able to go back to its members and say, we did better than what their initial offer was. Everybody has to find a way to win in something like this. The Conservatives, I think, in terms of the politics of this, are being super wise and just staying back and saying, I'm not going to interfere. Trudeau's having a big fight with the unions right now. Let him have it, and we'll keep our powder dry and determine what if anything, we do,
for now.
we do get to.
For now, until like, and then like the next fucking allegation comes out against Poilievre, and then he'll fucking his support will dip in the polls again.
To work legislation.
So that's politics. What about Canadians who are feeling the effects of this massive strike and the anger in Canadians? Because once again, Tom, we're seeing this is the tax season. We may not get tax rebates on time. Travel season is upon us. People will be lining up at the passport offices once again. And there'll be a repeat of all those scenes what we saw last year. So there's that anger in Canadians too then.
Yeah, and if you've got a family or a friend who's gone through all of the lengthy steps of the immigration process, was supposed to get their papers, are being told, maybe a few months from now, we can't get you right away. Or you're waiting to have a family brought in, for example, on a temp stay visa so they can come to a wedding. This is the type of thing that drives the average Canadian up the wall. And this, again, is a political opportunity, especially for the Conservatives. So I'm going to be keeping a close eye on it. The public's reaction to this is going to be something that the Liberals will be measuring constantly. They'll be doing surveys. They'll be doing focus groups. They'll be trying to find out what is actually going on. Those two things you mentioned, and it's all in the same area, passports, immigration, they've been a mess no matter what. and the inability to get out the employment insurance checks. So I heard Treasury Board President Mona Fortier saying, oh, well, this is one of the things that's going to be left outside of the strike. They're not allowed to strike there or on veterans checks. Fair enough. But the employment insurance checks, even if you've been paying into it regularly for years, they have had so much trouble just getting them out. If you're one of the people who unfortunately loses their job in these...
I wonder whose fault that is. I wonder whose fault for, that is, like prior to striking. I wonder.
Slightly tougher economic times, well, you're not going to be able to get your check in all likelihood, certainly not in a timely manner. So that goes right back to what people are saying about Trudeau's inability to do the management side, the basic work of government. International stuff, pretty good. You know, high level philosophy stuff, fine. But the nuts and bolts of running a government, that's where the Liberals have been consistently failing.
Yes,
and the Conservatives have an opportunity to point that out.
Yes, the Conservatives have been doing such a great job provincially.
It's the largest public service strike in Canadian history. Hundreds of federal public sector workers gathered outside the Harry Hayes building Wednesday, picketing alongside some 155,000 employees across the country. Picket lines kicked off at 6:30 a.m. and ran into the evening. The situation comes after the federal government failed to reach an agreement with the Public Service Alliance of Canada. The union is looking for a 4.5% wage increase per year as part of a 3-year contract.
Our workers are struggling to feed our families. We're struggling to pay our bills. We need to meet inflation. We need to get there. We need to support the Canadians and the public servants that have been there for Canadians throughout the pandemic, throughout the last 3 years. We need to support those workers so that we can go home and feed our families.
In the south end of the city, picketers also gathered at the Southland Park Business Center. Creamer added that PSAC members will continue to rally outside the buildings every day until the government reaches a fair offer.
Yep.
We begin the program on the picket line.
What's the mood this morning, my friend?
Yes.
Here today to send a message to Treasury Board. We're standing here.
We're here in the shadow of Center Block, and of course there are picketing workers here, public sector workers, and NDP leader Jagmeet Singh, who has said that he would not support any legislation to force these workers back to work. But what do you feel right now could release or end perhaps this labor stalemate?
Fair contract. These workers are the workers that were there for Canadians when people needed help the most during the pandemic. These are the workers that delivered unprecedented supports, financial supports to people. And now they're asking for respect and dignity. They're feeling the squeeze of inflation. These are some of the lower paid public sector workers, and they're demanding respect, which I fully support. The whole New Democratic Party and the caucus is in full support. And the solution here is the government has to deliver a contract, fairly negotiated, that respects these workers.
We've heard that working from home, having that enshrined in the collective bargaining agreement in some way, could be one of the sticking points. What do you say to Canadians at home that may have concerns about this type of work stoppage happening over something like the right to work from home?
Well, ultimately, the workers are going to decide what a fair contract is, and these are workers. Their circumstances are something that they can defend and explain, and we're in full support of them. The idea of having flexibility for workers in a time as difficult as the one we're in right now, and having that ability to have that flexibility to work from home is something we support. Ultimately, the government has to come to an agreement that respects these workers. Like in all negotiations, there's going to be give and take, but these workers need respect, and we're fully in solidarity with them.
The 9% cumulative wage increase over 3 years from the government, they're saying that's a fair and competitive offer. Clearly, that's not something that the union has thought is fair and competitive. Do you think that the government's come with a good faith, fair offer?
Well, I want the government to keep on negotiating. So far, the contract or the offer is not good enough for these workers, and I support the workers. What the government needs to do is now listen to the workers. They're saying it's not fair. It's not respecting what we're going through, and the government's got to step up.
How does this affect your agreement with the Liberals to support them on confidence measures? Obviously, part of that deal is anti-scab legislation. There's some other union measures within that deal. So how does this work stoppage affect that relationship that the NDP has with the Liberals in Parliament?
Well, we made it really clear, and I said this directly to the Prime Minister when we were just laying out the agreement, the things that were non-starters, the things that were just not on the table. And I said one thing has to be very clear. We will never support back-to-work legislation. That will never be a part of this deal. And the Prime Minister understood that, made it very clear that we will never support that. We believe in negotiating agreements. We believe in respecting workers. And so that was always understood as not being a part of the deal. We made it very expressly clear that we would be able to vote against back-to-work legislation and never support it, and that would not in any way be involved with the deal.
Obviously, this is early days for all of this, but do you have any concerns about public support? Obviously, you're saying the government needs to treat these workers fairly, but there's also private sector workers that are looking at the services that will be impacted because of this strike. And there is some concern that some of the demands of the wage increases, work from home, and so on might not be something that a lot of private sector workers have sympathy for. What's your response to that?
I say these workers are not fighting just for themselves, they're fighting for all workers. The ability to have a wage that reflects the squeeze of inflation is something that all workers deserve. So when they're fighting for that here, they're able to set the precedent for private sector workers as well. This fight is a fight for all workers. The ability to be able to work from home, if that's something that a worker chooses to do or that's something in the best interest of the worker, is something that private sector workers absolutely would like to have the same flexibility. So the fight that these workers are bringing is a fight for all workers. The fight for dignity and respect is one that's going to impact all workers. And like we know, whenever the public sector workers raise the bar, it improves working conditions for all workers. So this is a solidarity movement. This is a fight for everyone who is a working person.
He's right.
Pricey Jamaican vacation, first reported by the CBC, comes as the government is staring down the barrel of a tight deadline. 155,000 public servants could be on strike tomorrow if they don't reach a deal with the feds by 9 p.m. Eastern tonight. That's just 4 hours away. A strike could disrupt critical government services, including the Canada Revenue Agency, passports, and the border. With the deadline so close, those services so key, and no sign of a deal yet, the government is already fielding questions about whether it's prepared to use back-to-work legislation. And that's where we're going to start things tonight. NDP leader Jagmeet Singh is with us live. Hi, Mr. Singh. Good to see you. Thank you very much for making the time.
Thank you so much for having me.
I wanted to start off on that looming deadline. You want the government to ensure there is not a strike. How do you propose they go about doing that?
Have a fair contract that respects that these are the workers that provided much needed relief during the pandemic for millions of Canadians. They deserve a fair contract negotiated in good faith that recognizes the increased cost of living.
Is it your view, Mr. Singh, that the offer put forward by the government over the weekend that is in line with what the mediator proposed as well, 9% over 3 years, is not fair?
I think that so far there looks like there is a fair negotiation going on, but right now we've got a looming deadline and the government has the ability to reach an agreement here, and I'm going to encourage them to do exactly that, work as hard as possible to satisfy the concerns and deliver a fair contract.
But it is your view that the contract that they're proposing, that 9% wage increase versus the 13.5 that the union had asked for, it's your view that that is fair?
No, what I'm saying is that from what I've heard so far, the negotiation seems to be proceeding. There seems to be back and forth going on, but I leave it to the parties to determine what is fair, but I'm just encouraging the government to ensure that they continue to do that and they reach an agreement by the deadline.
So if they don't reach an agreement, you know and Canadians know that the union has said that they will be on strike as of tomorrow. We are talking about, as I outlined in the introduction there, some pretty significant services for Canadians, right? And we've had our bouts in the last year of struggling with those services. I'm thinking of passports specifically, but a whole host of things. We're talking about processing immigration applications. We're talking about what happens at the border. You have come out already saying that you're against back-to-work legislation. Given the significance of those services, are you confident in that position?
Yes, I mean we've long said as a party that defends workers that forcing people back to work is not the way to reach good agreements and have good relationships with workers. You need to negotiate fairly. We believe in that. That's no surprise. But we don't need to get there. And I really want to emphasize this point. The government has the ability to avoid all of that with the next couple of hours to deliver a fair contract that is satisfactory to the workers, and then we will avoid all this. So the ball is in the government's court.
I get that, and I certainly do understand the ask from the public service, but it's also kind of in the union's court, right? And I think we'd be having maybe a different discussion if the offer from the government was so far off what the union had originally asked for. But the government is also staring down a sizable deficit of $40 billion, and it has some of its own fiscal constraints, right? So I'm just trying to be clear here. Do you think the government should go further than what they've already put on the table? Why is all of the onus on the government here?
Well, the government has to reach a fair agreement. And this is not a surprise. This is something that's been known for months and months now, and longer than that, almost a year. And so the government has a responsibility to make sure they do everything possible to reach a good agreement. They've got to continue to negotiate fairly, and I expect the government to do what's necessary to avoid any strike and to make sure that these workers are respected.
I guess I'm just still not clear on what you want them to do differently. Do you just want them to acquiesce to whatever the union is asking for?
I want a fair contract for workers, acknowledging the difficult time that Canadians went through and how these workers were there for us. These are the workers that delivered programs like CERB, and I expect that these workers are now respected and deserve to get a fair contract. We're hours away from that resolution. I'm hoping that the government understands how important this is, that these workers get a fair contract.
You are in a confidence and supply agreement with the government. I know you have regular conversations with the Prime Minister. Is this an issue that has been part of those conversations? And have you personally expressed your opposition to back-to-work legislation to him? Have you received any assurances, really, that they won't go that route?
I made it really clear when we first negotiated the agreement that there would be no context in which New Democrats would ever support a back-to-work legislation. So I made that really clear. I took that off the table, that that's not going to happen. They should not count on us for that. And so the Prime Minister is well aware that that's not something we would ever support.
Mr. Singh, on the subject of inflation, we were talking about the news today from Statistics Canada. Things are a bit better. They're, of course, not great, but they are certainly going in the right direction. You're proposing legislation today that would effectively levy a tax on a company based on the size of the difference between what the CEO earns and what the company's workers earn. What guarantee do you have that that additional tax wouldn't be transferred to consumers? I mean,
the thing is that the tax would be on the fucking like top or would just be on the company, right? Like the company can say that, oh, it's because, you know, we're being taxed too much, but like honestly, then, you know, then they should have a referendum. Like, you know, there's, you know, they keep getting away with like gouging Canadians, and they keep getting away with it, and it's fucking annoying.
Well, right now, the high salaries of CEOs are being transferred onto workers, are being transferred onto employees. We know that
He's right
the
about this.
wealthiest CEOs in our country are making record profits for their companies, and Canadians are paying the price.
Yeah, upwards of like 11%. Like, keep that in mind, right? When their profits are up by like about 11%, you know, and they're like all that's going up like to the top, like keep that in mind. That's not going to the workers. That is going to, you know, the fucking CEO and like other positions like that.
We're seeing a significant contribution of the cost of living coming from corporate greed. So we can't just throw our hands up and say we can't do anything. In the past 25 years, the gap between workers and the CEO used to be 100 times more, that a CEO would get 100 times more than the average worker. Now that it's grown to over 240 times more than the average worker, more than doubled in the past 25 years.
I mean, like, even like 100 times more is still like absurd, right?
That is outrageous. Canadians are upset at it. This is an idea that we were inspired by Bernie Sanders in the States, where
let's go, Bernie.
An incentive. If a company increases the wages of workers, they won't have to contribute more. But if they can afford to pay 431 times more than the average worker, like in the case of Loblaws paying the executive Galen Weston, then they should contribute more fairly to society.
True.
If they don't want to pay higher taxes, they can increase the wages of workers. For too long, workers have suffered. Workers have been the ones saying, we're paying the price, and CEOs have been making more money than they've ever made before.
I understand completely the premise of what you're saying, and I think that the frustration that you're expressing is echoing that of a number of Canadians. And by questioning your approach to it, I'm not trying to insinuate that we should throw our hands up in the air, but I think that it's fair to question how effective what you're proposing would actually be in addressing the problem.
I see it more of a band-aid solution, but it's a step in the right direction for sure, right? It's not going to solve everything overnight, but it definitely will help out with the amount of wealth inequality that happens within this country.
That you're accurately laying out. And to that point, again, look, if you add taxes based on this formula, and I think you're modeling it over something that started in the US but never actually went, a proposal that started legislatively but never actually went anywhere. If you levy that tax, how do you prevent...
Well, yeah, it's because the fucking, like, even the Democrats don't see, like, Bernie as, like, fucking reasonable. They think he's, like, a psychotic socialist.
The company from on passing those extra costs to consumers. So for example, the grocery store example that you put out there, what's to stop that grocery store from saying, well, we got to pay more taxes, so we got to increase the price of food, really?
Well, we've looked at other ways that we can tackle the price of food. We said that we need to have better competition laws.
True.
We need to protect consumers with better consumer protection.
True.
We need better laws to protect producers as well. So there's a number of ways we can tackle that. But the gap between what a worker gets
as
paid
well as a windfall
and what
tax.
a CEO gets paid is a specific concern, and it has grown massively over the past 25 years. And right now we've got this colossal example of Galen Weston, the CEO of Loblaws, earning 431 times more the salary of the median income of a worker at his very own company. That is wrong. And so we're saying, well, let's incentivize these corporations to actually increase the wages of workers. If you can reduce that gap between the CEO salary and the worker's salary, then they won't have to pay tax. But if they have a massive gap, then they've got to contribute more fairly. If you can afford to do that, you can afford to contribute more. And when it comes to how we bring down the prices of things like food or things like cell phone services, which again are massively expensive in our country compared to everywhere else, then there's ways we can do that. With cell phone, we can regulate some of those prices with the federal laws that we have. We can bring in more competition. We can require services to be provided like a truly unlimited data. But there's ways that we can
that would be nice.
Give people a break, at the same time ensuring that workers are not seeing that their wages are effectively going down because of inflation, where at the same time the CEO's wages are actually going up massively. That's wrong.
Okay, I'm running out of time. I just wanted to quickly ask you about the issue of the vacation and sort of the back and forth that took place today.
Honestly, who gives a shit?
Your colleague, Matthew Green, kind of positioned it against the backdrop of the struggles that Canadians are facing in question period today. Is it your view that, do you have a similar view? Was this trip wrong to take, or is the Prime Minister entitled to take a vacation?
Oh, there's no question the Prime Minister can take a vacation. What I look at this and say is that this answers the question that I've had and that many Canadians have had. Why is it that a Prime Minister who has so much power to solve things like the housing crisis, to tackle the cost of living crisis, and to fight back against for-profit healthcare, why isn't he doing those things? Well, this vacation is an example of
because he's a fucking liberal, that's why.
Life that the Prime Minister lives, which does not give him a real experience with the struggles that Canadians are facing. He's never had to worry about the cost of housing. He's never had to worry about whether a family member could get access to publicly funded care or could afford the private care that they had to resort to. He's never had to have those decisions or those choices. And this vacation and that lifestyle is just more evidence of a world the Prime Minister lives in that keeps him disconnected from what actual Canadians are going through. And that shows why he's not responding to the problems with the urgency that he should be.
Just really quickly, though, the costs of the vacation, the government says, are mostly attributed to security. Like, what is it that makes you think out of this that he is, not in... I guess, out of touch, as you and other opposition leaders have said? Like, if most of the costs are due to security, then wouldn't it be the same if you went somewhere else?
It's funny coming from the Conservatives.
The security is reasonable for a prime minister to have. I'm thinking about going to a resort where there's questions of whether he paid for it or not. $9,000 a night is one quote of the potential cost of this resort. And the type of lifestyle and the type of friends that the prime minister have, I'm not begrudging a vacation. I'm just saying it shows an insight into a lifestyle of wealth that does not allow someone to understand the real struggles that people are going through. And then we're seeing it in action. I'm really focused on the fact of there's not enough action being taken to make housing more affordable. There's no real fight to push back against premiers that are bringing in more and more for-profit care. Understanding those struggles would mean that someone would say, hey, I know what it's like, or I know people in my life that have struggled with getting access to care that they can't afford, and we need to fight back to have more public universal care. That's something that someone who has experienced it would want to fight for. Someone who's maybe lost a home, maybe not been able to find a place to call home, would understand how important it is to fight back. And I think that this just shows that the Prime Minister is in a different world that doesn't allow him to understand what people are dealing with.
Okay,
All right. So when could the PSAC strike end? How long could the Public Service Alliance of Canada, PSAC members be on strike? That question is being asked of Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's government, which has the power to table back to work legislation as federal public servant strike. For the second day, Thursday, the Liberals, who have a minority government, have sidestepped those questions. The opposition parties are facing queries, as well as whether they would support such a bill. I mean, we already know that the Conservatives will support the bill, right? Like, they're very fucking anti-worker. Like, they just LARP by saying, oh, we're pro-fucking worker, but they're literally not. NDP leader Jagmeet Singh said on Wednesday his party would, which is backing the Liberals on key items through a supply and confidence agreement, would not support back-to-work legislation. The Conservatives were non-committal on supporting such legislation, which the party's Treasury Board critic MP Stephanie Guzin saying Wednesday the incompetence of the Trudeau government is what caused the strike. I mean, when they say non-committal, we already know what that fucking means. Is that, you know, if they were to pass back to work legislation, they already would. They're just saying it for PR. Like, keep that in mind. Though both parties say they want to see the two sides reach a deal, it's unclear how long the strike will go on and how it will end. The government and union units have been negotiating for 2 years. Throughout Trudeau's government has worked with unions and labor groups on various priorities, including a plan to introduce anti-scab legislation by year's end to ban the use of replacement workers during a strike or lockout. However, Trudeau, who said on Wednesday it's important to respect labor rights and has introduced back to work legislation before. Here are some examples of how his government have dealt with strikes and the threat of job action in the past. 2022 CP rail strike. The Trudeau government was under pressure in March 2022 to introduce back-to-work legislation in what ended up being a brief strike between CP Rail and the Teamsters Canada Rail Conference. Roughly 3,000 CP Rail conductors, engineers, and train and yard workers were off the job on March 20th and 21st, eventually reaching an agreement on March 22nd. Right now. What happens when spicy food? It's so fucking good. The work stoppage, they said, with stacks were high, given the CP rail shutdown came out at a time when many businesses were dealing with their supply chain difficulties caused by COVID-19, extreme weather, and protester blockades at the border crossings. We already know when that is. Federal Labor Minister Zimus O'Regan said in a statement at the time the outcome was future evidence when employers and unions work together, we get the best results for Canadians and our economy. The 2021 Port of Montreal strike, unlike the CP rail strike, the job action taken at the key port of Montreal in 2021 did not end by negotiated agreement. For the second time, as Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau passed back to work legislation. This time with help of the Conservatives. Three Liberals as well as the Bloc Québécois, NDP, and Green MPs voted against it. Seems like one party who says that they're pro-worker actually votes heavily against workers. Whilst, three other parties don't. Roughly 1,150 dock workers went on strike on April 26, 2021. After being without a contract since December 2018, the Liberals' legislation passed the House on April 29th that year after being tabled 2 days prior. It was approved by the Senate on April 30th. Then Labor Minister Philomena Tassi, I hope I said that right, said at the time of the strike was allowed to drag on, it would have cost the economy $40 to $100 million per week, directly threatening 19,000 jobs and indirectly affecting hundreds of thousands of other jobs across the country. The 2020 Phoenix pay settlement, the Trudeau government avoided a potential strike vote by PSAC when the union signed on to an agreement for retributions over Ottawa's troubled Phoenix pay system. The deal was announced on July 10th, 2022, more than a year after the union rejected the government's initial offer. The loan handout, since more than a dozen other unions signed that agreement, compensating impacted civil servants. PSAC rejected, or PSAC's rejection kicked off a process in which a third-person panel would look at the bargaining process and author a report. If nothing changed in that time periods, PSAC would have been legally allowed to hold a strike vote. The union eventually reached a deal with Ottawa that saw its members collect up to $2,500 each in cash payments over the harms caused by the system. The 2019 CN rail strike. The Prime Minister also faced pressure to intervene after CN Rail workers went on strike in November 2019. About 32,000 or 3,200 CN workers were without a contract since July 23rd of that year. They walked off the job on November 19th over concerns about long hours, fatigue, and dangerous working conditions. Yeah, it's not like it's only fucking money that that the media likes to push. Like they always push the narrative it's always money. The two sides announced they've reached a deal on November 26th. Industry leaders from farming to mining and forestry called on the Trudeau government to resolve the strike by getting Parliament, which was on break back early, to pass back to work legislation. The government chose to let both sides stay on the bargaining table. The union thanked the Liberals for respecting workers' right to strike. 2018 Canada Post strike. This was one that they had mentioned before. Trudeau, 3 years after first being elected into a majority government, came under fire for enacting back-to-work legislation on November 18th, ending a week-long strike by Canada Post workers. The workers had been on rotating strike since October 22nd, 2018. Over better job security, improved health and safety, and other measures, the government's back-to-work legislation passed the House of Commons on the 23rd of November 2018, after being introduced the day prior, and had passed the Senate on November 26th. Canada Post employees occupied offices of several politicians in protest of the planned legislation calling on Ottawa to respect workers' rights to free and fair collective bargaining. Then Labour Minister Patty Hadju said the government had a responsibility to all Canadians and businesses that drive the economy. The strike caused massive backlogs to insort mail and packaging at postal departments or postal spots. So yeah, it's not the first time that the Liberals have used back to work legislation. In fact, as we just saw, they teamed up with Conservatives in order to pass back to work legislation. Honestly, if things don't go the Liberals' way, I honestly think they'll introduce back to work legislation, and the Conservatives will side with them on that. Because let's be honest with ourselves, it's going to happen, right? If they don't reach an agreement, it very well could happen. And then I honestly think at that point, Jagmeet Singh will vote no confidence and we'll have an election. But we will have to wait and see for sure. Because they're at least coming to the table, which is good. Okay. Oh, we just read this. All right, so
one of the largest labor actions in Canadian history is now underway, as 150,000 members of the Public Service Alliance of Canada are now on strike. This after the 9 p.m. deadline on negotiations passed last night. And it's very clear that the members are prepared to fight. This includes 35,000 employees of the Canada Revenue Agency 2 weeks before taxes are due, and 124,000 employees of the Treasury Board. And that's a very wide range of employees. Everything from librarians and aides to plumbers. And while wages are an important element of this, there are other elements as well. They're seeking protections for remote work,
Yep.
more inclusive anti-racism and harassment training.
That's one thing that they didn't, bring up, or the media didn't bring up, right? Which is unsurprising.
Very importantly, ending the contracting out of government services.
And that's also another thing that they didn't bring up. Like, I just couldn't remember, like, what they were off the top of my head, like the other things that they had brought up, but, it's, all of those things are important. Liberals can't pass back to work legislation without another party's support. Yeah, like I had said, I'm not the only one that thinks that. The creator here also agrees with me on that. Like, the conservatives do not give a shit about, workers.
And the strike's going to affect a lot of agencies, including Transport Canada, Veterans Affairs and Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Now, worth noting that about 35,000 members of that union are deemed essential and will stay on the job. Of course, essential enough to work, but not essential enough to pay. But that's another issue.
Yeah.
When it comes to wages, the workers are asking for 13.5% over 3 years. The government's offering 8.25% over 4. And I don't know if you've noticed, but inflation has been well over 2% a year. So this would amount to a pay cut. The majority of the employees make between $40,000 and $60,000 a year. And this is a significant failure on the part of the Trudeau government. They don't have to do this. They could pay.
Yep.
But in the midst of an inflation crisis, they are fighting to hold wages down. And not only that, but there's a very real threat of back-to-work legislation here, in case you were curious how the Liberal Party feels about workers. But this is very disappointing. For somebody who claims he cares about Canadian people, Justin Trudeau's working awfully hard to hold down the wages of 155,000. And don't go looking for Pierre Poilievre for help, because he's voted against worker rights at every opportunity.
Yep.
This is going to come down to Jagmeet Singh. He has significant leverage over the government as a result of his confidence in
Yeah, and like the funny thing is that like people think that Pierre Poilievre is going to like side with with the workers, but like as soon as like back to work legislation is introduced, he will be on that side, or he'll be on the Liberal side lickety split. So there's that
supply agreement. And while he's gently scolded the Liberal Party, saying that he was disappointed in their failure, it is unclear whether or not he is going to hold them to account. He could withdraw his support from the government if they refuse to pay the workers. So why isn't he? This is a chance to side with the workers, NDP. Show us what you're made of. And to the 155,000 public servants going on strike, solidarity.
Yeah, stand with solidarity with your fellow workers.
Already see that in the existing private clinics in Ontario.
Oh yeah, so this was something that, I had forgotten to mention. I think it's Bill 60 in Ontario is like trying to be passed or something like that, or is about to be passed. So essentially what that is essentially it opens the floodgates for privatization of healthcare within Ontario. And understand and keep in mind that, healthcare workers are on strike as well. It hasn't been getting as much attention, right? But it's still, it's still a thing that's been going on.
So we had to figure out a way that could actually stop a majority government when it is doing what the majority don't want it to do. And what we decided to do was to hold a citizen-run referendum. It's being organized by us in communities all across Ontario. There are literally thousands of volunteers out. We're getting voting stations outside grocery stores, corner stores, coffee shops, libraries, legions, every busy public place that we can find in our communities. We're holding workplace votes in unionized and non-unionized workplaces. We'll have online voting. We'll have more than 1,000 voting stations in more than 70 communities across the province. We're asking for Ontarians to volunteer. Come to our website at the Ontario Health Coalition. Volunteer to help. We'll be staffing the voting stations with volunteers. Anyone who is 16 years old or older in Ontario will be able to vote. All of those people will be of voting age in the next provincial election. It's their future too, and we want to make sure they have an opportunity to vote. The question on the ballot is, do you want our public hospital services to be privatized to for-profit hospitals and clinics? Yes or no?
Most like reasonable people will say no, right? Only those who have like a vested interest within privatizing healthcare, whether it be like stocks or bonds or whatever, they're going to vote yes for sure, as well as dipshit conservatives who think that privatization will actually help out the healthcare crisis that we're seeing. They will also vote yes. The problem with that, though, is that we've already seen in Saskatchewan alone that it just flat out is not working, right? Like, quality of care has been going down. You know, there's been reports of this one woman who was charged, what was it? I think like $25,000, I want to say, for like her visit or whatever. Like, the fuck? Like, I'm sure that there's plenty more that I'm sure that there's plenty more that, you know, like stories like that for sure, but it's just the one that I've heard. But like, you know, it's ridiculous. Like, privatization of healthcare does not do it, or does not work. Look at America. Like, the way that, you know, or the best thing that we can do is actually, like, you know, put funding towards the fucking healthcare system. Like, we need to hold the premiers accountable. Like, the premiers are not actually, you know, putting the Canada Health transfer into the fucking healthcare system. Instead, they're either pocketing it or giving it out to corporations or their rich friends. We've known this for a while, and, you know, they're not, like, we're not holding anyone fucking accountable. It's ridiculous.
Ontarians can vote. They'll deposit their ballots in ballot boxes outside busy places, local corner stores, grocery stores, in thousands of locations across Ontario. We're aiming to have every town covered across the province that we possibly can. Every region is already covered, and we're asking for volunteers to help make this happen. The voting dates will be May 26th, that's a Friday, and May 27th, Saturday. And in the weeks leading in, we'll be getting volunteers to get more voting stations and to help staff the voting stations across.
So, if you live within Ontario, go and vote and keep your health care public, and demand from your party, or demand from your government that, you know, they put more into the public thing. But there was one other thing I wanted to bring up since we're on the topic of striking. So, yeah.
The most recent federal election prediction model is out, and it's very interesting. While the Conservatives are consistently pulling ahead by large numbers,
We'll get to that a little bit.
Oui, peut-être. While I am a bit relieved to see that people outside of the
So this is what's going on in France. Like, a lot of the Macron government is pushing propaganda, being like it's just about the retirement age.
Only for that, and suggesting that we are lazy, blah 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 blah. Let me tell you, I don't blame the outside media for trying to sum up the situation this way, because this is actually the French government strategy to make you believe, and us also, that this is just about 2 years. It's not. It's much more, and here are the reasons why we are marching. Just a quick recap of what's been happening in France for the past 4 months and reasons why we could be mad. Yes, okay, we didn't need that many reasons, but still. Look up Sainte-Soline. If you leave this video right now and never see me again on your FYP, look up Sainte-Soline. Really look up Sainte-Soline. This is a war scene. First of all, Macron keeps pushing his agenda of yes, but you elected me. Well, I don't know if you know. During his previous presidency, Macron deliberately let the extreme right rise so that he would be the only available option. He tries to force on us an unfair bill which would impact very, very poorly women, poor people, essential workers, and the list goes on and on. Really, no one benefits from it, from this reform, but you get the point. When we peacefully manifested that no, there was a concerning increase of police brutality. Maybe you have heard about it because in the international it has been condemned. So we also protest against police brutality because we're French, obviously.
Yeah.
Have you heard about Darmanin,
You know, it's what
which
happens.
is the most unpopular
French,
minister
they love
France
protesting.
has ever known? Well, he keeps blaming the people on the police brutality, saying that the cops are tired. Really, this dude is insufferable. Again, look it up. I don't have the time to tell you everything because he's such an immense amount of shit. I don't have the time. Police brutality got worse and worse because they were not being punished, so they understood that they had a limited amount of power now. I'm assuming you have seen a few videos about it, but since you don't speak French, maybe you haven't heard about a recording. An audio recording of cops arresting a bunch of people, saying extremely racist stuff, and then saying, and I quote, "If I ever see you again in the streets, it will be the last time." The Senate, who is less important than the Assembly, voted for the stop of specific treatments when it comes to retirement, except for their own retirement. They still have their own privileges, but they delayed it for everyone else. I have to make a part 2.
All right, let's move on to the Pierre Poilievre controversy.
Canada's public broadcaster says it won't be tweeting for now because of how the social media platform has labeled the organization. At issue is Twitter's move to tag CBC's corporate page as government-funded media.
Yeah, so for those who don't know, Pierre Poilievre was fucking LARPing to... Let me see if I can find the tweet real quick. He was fucking LARPing to Elon Musk. And, you know, Elon Musk had done some shit. Let's see if I can find the tweet. Is it... So... Yeah, here it is. So he retweeted this, which was, God, so damn cringe, man. So yeah, it's like, you know, this fucking loser, right? Being like, oh, you know, the Canadian Broadcast Corporation has halted, you know, use of media as fucking government funded, you know, which is understandable, right? Because it's literally not. It's publicly funded. There's a difference. Government funded media means that the government has editorial control over what goes on air. Publicly funded does not. And you know, they go off being like all this stuff, right? And you know, yeah. And he's just like, he's just trying to be accurate. He's blah 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 blah. And then like some fucking loser was like, oh, do it for fucking or do it 69%. Oh, cause like fucking Elon's a funny meme guy, right? Like it's so fucking stupid. And then Poilievre's just like, everyone's happy now. Like it's so fucking stupid, right? And like, if you still go there, it's still listed like that, which is not the case, right? But, since then they have literally not like posted at all or even like retweeted, right? So
media, a label demanded by opposition leader Pierre Poilievre, who says now CBC is officially exposed, calling it Trudeau propaganda, not news.
And like the funny thing is that like in like a decent amount of instances we see like the CBC sucking off like Poilievre very fucking hard, right? Like any legislation that like Singh and Trudeau like puts out there, is met with overwhelming criticism from them, right? I mean, like I'm not saying that it's not a bad thing to be critical of new legislation that's put out. Like there definitely is warrant for it, right? But it's not it's not liberal propaganda. Like it's just silly. I think that.
The fact that he has to run to American billionaires for support to attack Canadians says a lot about Mr. Poilievre and his values.
Twitter's new owner, Elon Musk, has recently been adding similar descriptions to other public service broadcasts.
Yeah, he's been like, the funny thing is that like if he's gonna be doing it to the CBC, he should be doing it to the BBC as well, right? Because it's also publicly funded. And I don't think the BBC has one, right? Let me double check. This one. Yeah, like the BBC doesn't have it either. Like like if you're going to like at least be like fucking consistent with it, right? Like it's so stupid that that's a thing, because like, oh, Poilievre is a fucking spineless coward, right?
Broadcasters. From Britain's BBC to US National Public Radio, a label system first intended to warn users of China's state media. According to
Just
Twitter's
silly.
own definition, when an outlet is tagged government funded, it means there may be varying degrees of government involvement over editorial content.
Yeah, which is literally what I just said, right? Is that when it's government funded media, the government has editorial control, as well as it tends to be more pro-government, right? Or pro that party's government, right? Or that government's party, sorry. But that's not the thing. Like the CBC criticizes Trudeau a lot. Like they don't fucking suck off Trudeau as much as Poilievre likes to think.
It is so unfair, right, to kind of like use that framework for CBC.
Through a parliamentary appropriation, CBC and the French language Radio-Canada receive more than $1 billion a year in public funding. But the Broadcasting Act states the corporation remains editorially independent of the government.
Which for the record, I do think is a good thing. Like that legislation is good, right? It prevents the government from spreading a bunch of propaganda, and keeps the media for the most part, open and fair. I do think that a vast majority of the media, though, has a conservative slant, like most of it, right? And then you have some that are like pro-liberal. Like none of the major ones are, though. And then I think there's like maybe one that's like pro NDP, if any.
News organizations that are funded in that way need to have a very firm arm's length relationship and be able to say we are independent and we are trusted.
BBC complained and got its label changed to publicly funded.
Yeah.
Now, the Canadian broadcaster says it's also written to Twitter, but hasn't said whether it would accept a different label.
No, because it was a conservative, and Elon Musk loves fucking conservatives. So I honestly don't think it's going to happen anytime soon, if at all.
Okay, Thomas, late tonight, another label change from Twitter.
Yeah, for a brief period this evening, CBC was listed as 70% government funded.
Yeah, and now
media.
it's
Elon
69.
Musk has changed that again now to 69%.
Because he's such a funny memer. Like, he's so fucking cringe. Like, honestly. Like, I fucking hate it, man. He's so fucking cringe.
Government-funded media. He tweeted that he's just trying to be accurate, but of course this doesn't change the substance and the objection from
And like
CBC.
the funny thing is that he's not even accurate about it. Like, there is a difference between publicly funded and government funded, and like he's still not even accurate about that.
The Crown Corporation insists that its journalism is impartial and independent, and CBC says it will not tweet any content for the time being, David.
All right, Thomas, thank you.
A lot about the Conservative Party of Canada. They're choosing to constantly attack independent media organizations.
I mean, here's the thing, right? This is no different than like the Republicans in America. Like, they constantly attacked CNN and MSNBC, even like to a certain degree Fox as well, right? Because like the only the only fuck brain work. The only like news organization that they put past or like supported was like OAN and like Fox. But like, you know, you still had a bunch of decent amount, or you still had a decent amount of people, you know, complaining about Fox as well.
Journalists who are working hard to keep
Like the conservatives are literally just taking from the Republican playbook. They're not even trying to hide it.
Our democracies. CBC Radio-Canada serves right across the country, delivers local news and local content in many regions of the country that, yes, has been challenged over the past years, but the idea of adding to that challenges and laying on by attacking this Canadian institution, attacking the culture and local content that is so important to so many Canadians, really indicates the values and the approach that Mr. Poilievre is putting forward. And I think it is telling that in order to attack this institution that is important for many, many Canadians, he runs to American billionaires, the tech giants that they continue to defend in committee and in their approach on our legislation to make tech giants pay their fair share. Conservatives are always there.
Wait. What? Hold on. Is the blue check mark gone now? Wait, what? It is, bro. What the? Oh wait, this. Yeah, no, the blue check marks are gone now. That is wild, man. Yeah, because Hassan doesn't have his blue check mark. Fucking Reggie Fils-Aimé doesn't have his. Like, it's wild, man. Like, honestly, anyone who fucking subscribes to Twitter Blue at this point, you're just fucking wasting money.
Defend them. So when they're trying to attack a foundational Canadian institution, the fact that he has to run to American billionaires for support to attack Canadians says a lot about Mr. Poilievre and his values.
True.
Are some simple facts that should not be controversial. Water is wet, Saskatchewan is cold in the winter, and the CBC is funded by the government. None of that should freak anybody out. But in Liberal...
I mean, by that logic too, then, if I'm not... I think CTV is as well, right? I think CTV and Global are as well. I'm not 100% sure on that, but like, even if, like, you know, the CBC is the only like publication that actually gets like government funding, that doesn't automatically make it like state funded propaganda.
Ottawa, pearls are being clutched and outrage manufactured, all because, for greater transparency, Twitter applied the government-funded media tag to the CBC's account. Liberal MPs are calling
Man,
it nonsense.
Andrew Scheer is fucking loving this. He is fucking so excited that that the CBC was labeled as government-funded media.
It's an unwarranted attack, even a threat to democracy. What don't they understand? The CBC was created by government. It gets over $1 billion a year from government, and the government appoints the board that controls it. But it's no wonder why Liberals are reacting this way. They love the CBC because they get so much benefit from it. The CBC sued the Conservative Party in the middle of an election. Its CEO openly attacked the Conservative leader, and it eagerly carries Liberal messages all.
I mean, yeah, but like the conservatives are dog shit though. Like, and like, I honestly don't think the CEO fucking openly attacked the Conservative leader. Like, he probably fucking criticized him. But like, who the fuck isn't slinging, like, outside of like brain dead idiots, who is not like slinging you know, fucking criticism towards the Conservatives or the Liberals for that matter?
All the time. But good news for all those who are upset and having fits about Twitter's decision. The government-funded label won't be around for long. After the next election, the Conservative leader will make sure it doesn't get any tax dollars at all.
What is this? Oh my god. Why the fuck does he go on such a loser fucking news organizations? Like, he refuses to talk to fucking like any fucking like, he refuses to talk to like any major news news channel within like Canada, right? Like, he only fucking talks to like super fucking conservative publications. So yeah, Elon Musk changes the CBC's label to 69% government funded after broadcaster announces Twitter's pause. Elon Musk has changed the government funded label to read 69% government funded media after the public broadcaster announced Monday it will be pausing its activity on Twitter. CBC and Canadian or CBC and Radio Canada's move comes after the broadcaster's main account received the label on Sunday night after Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre posted a public request to do so. CBC will be extending its public broadcaster news and corporate Twitter accounts. Unclear how long the break will last. CBC spokesperson said, "We hope the pause will be temporary." This is the tweet that they were referring to, which we already covered. Musk appears to have responded to the CBC's outcry later last night, posting their concerns. Their concern has been addressed with a photo of CBC's News's label rating 70% government-funded media. He later amended this to 69% because he's a funny meme lord. Remember that. CBC Radio Canada has previously disputed the labeling, writing that Twitter's policy defines government-funded media accounts such as outlets that may have varying degrees of government involvement over editorial content. Take a look here. Oh, how convenient that, it's not there. It's very convenient. While it's true that the CBC is publicly funded through a parliamentary appropriation, its editorial independence is cemented by law through the Broadcasting Act. The outlet said in a Monday statement, which is true. The Broadcasting Act makes it so that the government doesn't have any editorial control. Twitter can be a powerful tool for our journalists to communicate with Canadians, CBC said in its own statement, but it undermines the accuracy and professionalism of the work they do to allow our independence to falsely described in this way. Notably, only the main account at CBC was given the label. Its affiliates and related accounts, including Radio Canada, CBC Radio Canada, CBC News alerts, and its myriad of local networks did not get this designation. It's kind of like, he doesn't really, takes like things seriously, and is just a fucking idiot. But maybe that would just be too much work for him. In the minutes following the broadcaster's announcement, several CBC journalists said they'll follow suit and take a leave from Twitter. The spokesperson noted the publication's pause won't apply to individual staff accounts like those of journalists. CBC's move echoes that of U.S. news outlets NPR and PBS last week, which quit posting to the platform after being slapped with the same label. Are they still labeled with that? Um. Yes. Not sure why there's still CBC's listed as it. CBC's label appears days after Poilievre posted a letter to the platform asking Musk to classify the national broadcaster and several of its affiliate accounts as government funded. This was the tweet that he did. We must protect Canadians against discrimination and manipulation by state media. Oh, he fucking... Two? Oh, that's so fucking cringe, man. Does this say? I'm writing in respect of Twitter's practice of identifying certain accounts as government-funded media. Twitter's platform guidelines to describe practice as follows. Government-funded media will be defined as outlets where the government provides some or all of the outlets funding may have varying degrees of government involvement or editorial. Twitter's platform guideline refers to a source that describes the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation as publicly funded broadcaster. CBC's 2021-2022 annual report disclosed that it received almost $1.24 billion, the vast majority of its funding from the Canadian government. As a result, and in interest of the transparency, I believe... So... we must protect Canadians against disinformation and manipulation by state media, Poilievre wrote at the time. After the label was instated, the politician responded, "Now people know that it is Trudeau propaganda, not news." He then rearrested his promise to defund the CBC. When asked for comment, Twitter responded with a poop emoji as it has done all. Really? Bro, he's so fucking cringe. God damn it. Oh, I fucking hate Elon. So yeah, CBC, public funding plus Twitter. Other outlets, 20, yeah. This. Oh, these are the letters.
The two worst people you know have now connected, as Pierre Poilievre and Elon Musk are now interacting on Twitter. Why? To undermine the CBC. This is embarrassingly childish and pathetic, particularly from the former richest man in the world and the soon-to-be former leader of the Conservatives. So what exactly happened? Well, at the behest of Pierre Poilievre, Elon Musk changed the label on the CBC Twitter account. Specifically, he changed it to say government-funded media. which is already not true.
Yep.
At least not according to Twitter's definition of government-funded media. You see, they have two labels, government-funded and publicly funded. The difference is that government-funded has editorial control by the government, which the CBC does not have. The CBC is clearly publicly funded, but Twitter doesn't care. The link that they say they use to determine whether or not something's government-funded, it literally just goes to a Wikipedia page. Musk is making it up as he goes along.
Yep.
And he applied the publicly funded label to BBC and the government-funded label to NPR, both of whom are publicly funded, not government-funded. Again, using Twitter's definition. But anyways, it gets even worse, since this Twitter news account started posting about the story and pointed to the fact that government funding accounts for about 70% of CBC's funding. So of course Musk thought he would be hilarious and say that it was 70% government funded. He then changed CBC's label on Twitter to say that. Then
Because
a Twitter
he's
user with a Doge profile pic said
he's so
69%
fucking funny.
give them
He's
the
such a
benefit of the
meme
doubt,
lord.
which Musk did, loudly announcing to brands around the world that he will mess with your brand identity as he sees fit. Seems like a great way to lure people to do business with you. We'll just change your account labels whenever we see fit.
That's also not getting into the fact that, you know, a lot of those advertisers that he drove away still haven't returned, so that's cool. You're doing great, Elon. How are those how are the fucking funds for how much revenue is Twitter bringing in? Oh yeah, that's right, not that much, because you fucking drove all the advertisers away. And like you only brought in like, I think it was like what, $10 million from Twitter Blue subscriptions, which is like nothing. Like he did such a great job.
Just to make fun of you, why not? Lol. And you know who found this hilarious? Pierre Poilievre, who quote tweeted it, saying, "There, now everyone's happy." Clearly trying to cater to the childish vote. I mean, I suppose we should have seen it coming with the whole Bitcoin thing.
Yep.
This is just pathetic. He's embarrassing himself just to try to score points with the base. Very prime ministerial. Real world leader stuff.
Yep, totally.
So I want
All right, let's move on to the Fox News settlement.
ask you first off, for a Canadian audience, many of whom watch Fox News, what is this trial all about?
Wait, what? Who in Canada is watching Fox News? What? Like, only like psychopaths are like watching fucking Fox News, right? Because like we don't generally tend to watch a lot of like American news on the broadcast unless, you know, there's like a different angle from like something international, or like, you know, an outside observer looking in to like some things that are happening in the country here. But like, it's, you know, literally no one outside of like psychopaths are watching fucking Fox News.
I think this trial is about making sure the truth prevails over lies. Many Fox shows told a conspiracy theory in 2020 that suggested maybe Trump actually won the election that he lost. Maybe Biden actually stole the election that he won fairly. And that conspiracy theory demonized and vilified Dominion, this relatively obscure voting technology company based in Toronto. So now, years later, Dominion is having its days in court. Actually, its weeks in court. It is trying to hold Fox accountable for promoting this conspiracy theory that Dominion says damaged the company.
Now, Dominion, you mentioned, is a Toronto-founded company supplying several states with these voting machines. What are their main arguments against Fox? Because I understand there's a pretty high bar called proving malice.
The actual malice standard works like this. If you are a public figure like a politician, or if you're a company like Dominion, you have to prove that a news outlet didn't just make a mistake, didn't just hurt you by accident, but that they did it on purpose, that they knew what they said was false, or that they just didn't care. That's what's known as reckless disregard for the truth. That's going to be the challenge for Dominion, proving not that Fox got it wrong, because pretty much everybody except for Donald Trump agrees that those lies really were lies. Dominion has to prove state of mind. It has to prove that these television hosts and producers, that they knew it was false and they didn't care. They did it anyway.
Fox News
Yep.
is saying their defense is, look, this is First Amendment. This is freedom of the press. The president, former president, was making these allegations, and we were just simply reporting on that. Is that enough of a defense?
Freedom of the press is essential in the United States. Americans value it dearly, and we should. But freedom of the press is not designed to protect weaponized lying. It's not designed to protect disinformation campaigns. Freedom of the press is about freely reporting accurate information. And yes, allowing for mistakes to be made, allowing for flaws in the system. But it's not about protecting a total disinformation campaign designed to deceive and hurt people.
The judge has released hundreds of pages of internal communications. We've seen these text messages, anchors and hosts expressing.
Yeah, and like that's funny. Like they openly like they weren't like they were pretending like people weren't fucking watching, being like, yeah, we fucking hate Donald Trump. We're openly lying to our viewers about like nonsensical conspiracy theories and whatever. Like, yeah, it's funny.
Skepticism about all these false statements about vote rigging and claims by Donald Trump. How much danger do you think that Fox is really in?
From what I've read in all the pretrial briefs, some of Fox's stars were reckless. They recklessly disregarded the truth. And I think it's likely a jury will reach the same conclusion. But then the fight will be about the money, about how badly Dominion was damaged. That's the real interesting argument here. Was Dominion really damaged to the tune of $1.6 billion, as they claim? Or will Fox argue for a much lower dollar figure, as Fox certainly will? So the jury, these 12 men and women, will have to decide how severely was Dominion damaged? How much money should be owed? And does this jury want to make a statement about the corrosion of our democracy, the damage done by the big lie, and punish Fox even more? This is a damaging blow to Fox, but it is not a fatal blow to Fox News. The company is sitting on $4 billion in cash. The network is like a profit machine that generates incredible amounts because it has an audience of millions of people that are basically addicted to what Fox News provides. So this is a bad blow for Fox. It's embarrassing.
I mean, like, from what I heard from like some more like level-headed Americans, some of their journalism isn't too terribly bad. It's like a lot of the fucking personality shows that are just fucking terrible, right? That's what I heard, at least. I don't know how true like most of that stuff, whatever, but like that's just what I've heard.
It's humiliating in the press, but it's not a fatal blow. The network is not going to be shut down as a result of this.
I mean, we get so used to politicians and the lies that we hear all the time. It just seems to get worse and worse. What do you think the significance is of this trial?
We live in an age of disinformation, increasingly AI-generated disinformation. We live in an age where politicians feel like they can make something up and millions of followers will blindly believe it. Dominion is challenging that by using the courts. They're going through the court system to try to have accountability for the big lie. And this matters because Donald Trump is still lying about the 2020 election. He is still claiming that he won an election that he lost. And now he's trying to win back power in 2024. So the outcome of this court case, the outcome of this trial, it could send a signal for 2024 about what's tolerated, what's acceptable, about what the average American wants. And I think the average American does not want an information environment polluted with lies and noise and deception. They want to know what's real. They want to know what's true. And that's what Dominion's going to argue in court.
This was to be one of the largest defamation suits in American history and ended just hours after the jury had been impaneled in a Delaware courtroom. The $1.6 billion case came via Dominion Voting Systems, who alleged that Fox News had slandered the company's reputation by repeating bogus claims that its machines were used to alter votes from Donald Trump to Joe Biden.
Yeah, and like the funny thing is that like a lot of those personalities on Fox News literally knew that all that was lies. Like they were just fucking lying about it because, you know, it's what their idiot psychotic fan base wanted to hear, right?
The judge had already instructed the jury that those allegations were false, meaning they were to determine whether or not Fox acted with malice. 2.5 hours after opening arguments were set to begin, however, it was announced that a settlement had been reached for almost half of what was sought at $787 million.
The truth matters. Lies have consequences.
Fox News issued a statement saying that the settlement reflects the company's continued commitment to the highest journalistic standards and that this will now allow the country to move forward from these issues. But had the case moved forward, legal experts argued Fox would have faced an uphill battle, with internal documents exposed showing that both hosts and company leadership understood what they were saying did not reflect reality. But they feared what would happen to the audience if they had reported the truth about the election. Legal experts say, settlement or not, Fox's credibility has been soured.
You can keep your viewers, but
like here's the thing, like even though like they're fucking what's it called? Even if their like reputation has soured or whatever the fuck, it doesn't matter for conservatives. They're still gonna lap that shit up. Like it literally doesn't matter.
if your reputation is damaged, what does that say to advertisers? And that's a big part of Fox's revenue.
Notably for Fox, a settlement saves the network from the embarrassment of having its top
And like the
stars like Tucker
and like
Carlson
the
or Sean
advertisers don't
Hannity
give a shit
testify as
either.
witnesses, along with Fox chair Rupert Murdoch. Fox still faces a second $2.7 billion lawsuit from voting company Smartmatic. Reggie Cicchini, Global News, Washington. This was to be one of the largest
It takes a lot of lawyers to fight a case this significant. The unusually large legal teams arrived appearing very ready for what was being called the American media defamation trial of the century. A fight over whether Fox News knowingly broadcast lies about electronic voting machines made by Dominion Voting Services, a company with Canadian roots.
The machine ran an algorithm that shaved votes from
Yeah,
Trump and
except
awarded
remember when they were trying to push that it was that they were fucking like made in what was it, Venezuela? Like honestly, like America, like in America, like you know, you can get like 30% of Americans to literally agree on anything. Like it doesn't even matter if it's true or not, right? Like it's just silly, right? As well as like, you know, the it's kind of wild that, you know, they got that Dominion got, what was it, like $787 million from this lawsuit. Like, it's crazy.
them to Biden.
The judge welcomed 12 jurors to his courtroom, setting opening arguments for after lunch. But without explanation, neither judge nor jurors returned. For 2.5 hours, bored lawyers chatted and looked at their phones. When the judge finally reappeared, he announced the parties had reached a settlement, sending gasps through the room. While Fox News lawyers left without saying a word, the Dominion team could hardly wait to declare this a victory for the truth.
Today's settlement,
I mean,
700
to be honest, though, if I was like a Fox lawyer, I would be very fucking disappointed with how things went down. And like, you know, if I was a Dominion lawyer, I'd be fucking ecstatic that, you know, they won this lawsuit.
$87,500,000 represents vindication and accountability.
Fox has admitted to telling lies about Dominion that caused enormous damage to my company, our employees, and the customers that we serve.
Fox News released a statement saying, "We acknowledge the court's rulings, finding certain claims..."
And like the funny thing is that, you know, they won't hold those hosts accountable for you know, for all this. Like they're most likely going to get off scot-free.
About Dominion to be false. This settlement reflects Fox's continued commitment to the highest journalistic standards. On the network itself, the court case was barely discussed, and reports suggest...
I mean, like, yeah, why would you post your L to the timeline? like it wouldn't make sense for them to do that, right? But like other news organizations, like say CNN or NSNBC, you know, of course they would post that Fox's L to the timeline. Like it's just good. It's it's entertainment for like literally everyone else, right?
It will not have to make any further apology. Evidence showed its star hosts and executives privately mocked and questioned the election fraud claims they broadcast on their network. Despite this,
Yeah, and like even Rudy Giuliani didn't believe that shit. And like Rudy Giuliani is like brain broken.
it remains the top-rated U.S. cable news network.
I haven't seen much evidence at all that Fox News has reformed itself in the aftermath of all these revelations. Perhaps it will.
And Katie, this isn't the end of Dominion's legal battles.
No, Dominion is going after a couple of smaller right-wing broadcasters which aired similar lies about their voting machines. It's part of a larger effort in the United States right now to really demonstrate that peddling misinformation is not a successful business model. Look what happened last summer to Alex Jones, the conspiracy theorist who spread lies about the families and victims of the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting back in 2012. He was ordered to pay more than $1 billion in damages.
Which he doesn't have.
Court cases can take a long time to make it through the legal system, but that pushback is starting. David.
All right, Katie Simpson, thank you. Let's break down what just happened. We've got media journalist Brian Stelter, who's written a book about Fox News and Donald Trump, and our own Washington correspondent, Katie Simpson. Brian, I'll start with you. These documents that were in this case show very clearly Fox's own hosts
Brian
and
is
executives
really
knew
excited
they were
about this.
peddling lies. Do you think this settlement changes anything about the likelihood of that happening again?
No.
I don't think it changes what happens on the air on Fox, but I think it dramatically changes what happens off the air in the outside world. As you mentioned, I wrote a book about Fox several years ago. I was hearing from anonymous sources about what happened at the network, but now it's all on the record. It is extraordinary to have seen all these revelations in the past few months. And even though this case is now settled, all of that information about Fox's unethical practices is now out in the public domain. So on the outside, off the air, this has had huge consequences. But on the air, on Fox, no. I don't think there's going to be any more pressure to stick to the facts and give up on the fictions. Fox continually, day in, day out, promotes a narrative about rage and resentment, an anti-Democrat, anti-Biden narrative, and that's not going to change.
Katie, Fox obviously has deep pockets, could settle something like this. What does it do to others who don't have those kind of spending habits in terms of their spreading of misinformation?
Bankrupt.
Well, they have to sort of be careful. You know, it sort of sends the message to the people who profit from spreading misinformation that, listen, if you go after the wrong company and they have deep pockets and can hire the best lawyers in the country, look out, you could be on the hook there. But in terms of things changing, it doesn't really suggest to me that we're going to see much change because these lawsuits, these massive lawsuits with these big settlements, they're few and far between. We saw last summer Alex Jones, who was spreading lies about the families who lost children at Sandy Hook. He's facing more than $1 billion in damages he's being forced to pay. But these big settlements, these big moments, they're few and far between, although it's the start of some pushback, and we're not necessarily going to see big picture change here.
Brian, I look at some of the statements that came from Fox yesterday. Very little coverage on their own network of this settlement. But in a press release, they said that this speaks to Fox's high journalistic standards. When you read that, what did you think?
What I thought to myself
So
was that
excited,
they're trying
man.
to turn lemons into lemonade. This was one of the most embarrassing episodes in Fox News history. This was a painful amount of money for Rupert Murdoch to part with. Yes, he's a billionaire, but this was still a grueling experience for him. And now Fox has to face other lawsuits like the Smartmatic case, so even more money will likely be paid out. Amid all that, Fox is trying to celebrate its journalism, but Fox's newsroom has been shrinking over the years as more and more journalists feel squeezed out. The opinion hosts, the pro-Trump stars, have been taking over more and more time and airwaves and attention. And here's the thing. Now that this case has been settled, Fox might have to be a little bit more careful talking about voter fraud conspiracy theories. But Donald Trump is booked for an interview on Fox next week. So, who knows what he might say.
I mean,
out
like,
loud.
to be fair, though, they did also, like, have fucking Kanye when he was going through his, like, fucking Nazi arc. So, there's that. It's not, like, the first time that, they've promoted, like, a bunch of nonsensical conspiracy theory shit.
Out about voter fraud as he continues to advance the big lie of 2020. And that's why this case matters. As you all were talking about disinformation, Trump is still spreading that disinformation across the US, and most Americans don't believe it, but there are some who do. And that's why this case matters, I think, in the future.
Yeah, Katie, Brian's written, of course, on this symbiotic relationship between Fox and Trump. You've reported on it. I mean, it was just a few days ago that Tucker Carlson, a guy who Documents show was basically slamming the former president, has him on his own show, and they're back buddy-buddy.
Well, there's something to be said about how Fox News has covered this trial, and it plays into sort of the point you made right there. Fox, the network, has given very little coverage to the trial itself and the settlement, and very little coverage online. What we know about Fox viewers is that they're very, very loyal. It is the #1 cable news network in the United States.
It also
And
doesn't make sense to post their
viewers,
L's to the
because they are
timeline.
so loyal to Fox and other right-wing news outlets.
Because, like, if they were to post their L's to the timeline, like, yeah, that's going to hurt their reputation a lot.
They're not exposed to the truth here. How much do they know about this? Do they know what the stars of the show were saying about Donald Trump when they have him back on the programs? And that is a big question that comes out of this. Because the settlement did not require Fox to make any sort of on-air apology, a significant on-air apology, how do we know that the people that only get their news from these right-wing news sources really understand the reality of the situation?
So, Brian, let me go back to something we heard from one of the lawyers for Dominion. This was a good day for democracy. Do you believe that?
I do think it was a good day for democracy because the judge in this case confirmed that the lies about Dominion were lies. He criticized the Fox lawyers for some of the conduct of the network. There was a financial accounting, even though the money's only going to go to Dominion and not going to go to other places. So this was a moment to confirm what was true and what was not true about the 2020 election. And that may make some people think twice about lying in the future. But this broader problem about disinformation is something we all have to grapple with, no matter where we are. In the last 20 years, thanks to the computers and phones in our pockets, we're all able to be members of the media now. We're all able to contribute journalism, but we're also all able to lie at scale on Facebook and Twitter and everywhere else. And frankly, the laws in the United States have not caught up with that change in the media. So I'm not here to say what the law should be, whether the standard should be higher or lower, but Fox is operating in an environment that could not have been conceived of 50, 60, 70 years ago when these current rules and laws were adopted. And that's a really interesting challenge going forward as we see candidates like Donald Trump continue to take advantage of the media to spread misinformation.
Katie, Brian, some good insights there. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thanks.
We turn next to the United States, where Fox News is paying a price, but not as steep a price as the news channel might have for airing false claims about the 2020 presidential election. Magda Gabriel-Salasa is back with us from Washington, looking into this as we were anticipating the trial yesterday. Fox News, before the trial really began, agreeing to pay Dominion Voting Systems, Magda, nearly $800 million US to settle that defamation suit. How did it all play out?
Well, as you said, the trial wrapped up before it even started. So there was a 2.5-hour delay, and in the end, a deal was reached. So Fox has to pay Dominion Voting Systems more than $787 million, settling this lawsuit around the network airing lies about the election machines being rigged to steal votes for Trump. From Trump, rather. Now, originally taking this to trial, Dominion was seeking $1.6 billion in damages. The company already had a big win in the pre-trial stage.
Yeah, like it's kind of wild that they got as much as they did, right?
Was when the judge ruled that what Fox aired was false, but Dominion had to prove that Fox aired the false claims with actual malice, so knowing the claims were lies, or just ignoring the truth. And really strengthening its case were text messages and emails that were released that showed Fox on-air personalities and executives doubting the fraud claims. So with all of that, many legal analysts said Dominion had a strong case and they could win the trial. Clearly, Fox was worried enough to settle this in the end. Now, Fox's lawyers had nothing to say leaving the courthouse yesterday, but here's how Dominion's leaders and legal team reacted.
Throughout this process, we have sought accountability and believe the evidence brought to light through this case underscores the consequences of spreading lies.
Money is accountability, and we got that today from Fox.
Is it though?
But we're not done yet.
I don't know if money
Now,
is
Fox
necessarily
did release
accountability.
a statement, and in this part it says, quote, "We are pleased to have reached a settlement of our dispute with Dominion Voting Systems. We acknowledge the court's rulings finding certain claims about Dominion to be false." Now, what you don't see in the statement is an apology, and that apparently wasn't a requirement to seal the deal, Heather.
You know, this one's behind us, but both companies, Magda, could be back in court again once more over the 2020 election coverage. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, so Dominion is pursuing legal action against other broadcasters for also airing the false claims of rigged machines
Probably
during
like
the
OAN, right?
2020 election. It's suing two far-right media outlets, Newsmax and One American News. It is also
Kinda
going
figured
after
as much.
those that were in Trump's circle, that were doing those interviews and spreading the false claims. As for Fox, well, it's still facing a lawsuit from another election technology company for the same reasons as this case. You have Smartmatic that is seeking $2.7 billion in damages. Now, the question is, will Fox try to reach a deal with that company too, or will that go to trial? We'll see.
We will. Magda, thank you for all of that. Magda Gabrisalasa in Washington.
All right. In a statement made Tuesday after Fox News settled the defamation case brought by Dominion Voting Systems, Fox said, "We acknowledge the court's rulings finding certain claims about Dominion to be false." So one thing I didn't mention is that the like in America, it's very hard to like actually win a defamation lawsuit, right? So the fact that that Dominion won is like really unheard of, right? As well as like the amount of money that they got from a defamation lawsuit as well. So what did those rulings say? This is about the topic of falsity. To win a defamation case, you need to prove a few things. Most importantly, you need to prove the statements were false and they were made with actual malice, otherwise known as reckless disregard for the truth. In a major parental ruling on March 31st, Delaware Supreme Court Judge Eric Davis ruled Dominion has successfully proven that all 20 statements mentioned in this lawsuit against Fox were false. Though it's extensive proof, Dominion has met its burden of showing there is no genuine issue of material fact to its falsity. The evidence developed in the civil proceedings demonstrates that it is crystal clear that none of the statements relating to Dominion about the 2020 election are true, Davis wrote. So, yep. Yeah. Dominion's voting systems co-led counsel Justin Nelson said that he and Dominion's other attorneys were expecting to go trial against Fox News on Tuesday. The final deal to settle the case with the right-wing network for $787.5 million came later in the day, and the settlement papers with Fox were signed just minutes before the agreement was announced, he said. Prior to the last-minute settlement, Nelson told CNN he and other attorneys had been preparing opening statements during those 2.5-hour courtroom delay after lunch recess. Fox News will pay more than $787 million to Dominion Voting Systems after lawyers from both sides hammered out last-minute settlement of defamation case launching against the right-wing network. The deal was announced hours after the jury was sworn in at the Delaware Supreme Court. Rumors of a settlement swirled in the courthouse when, after lunch break, processing democratically grounded to a halt for nearly about 3 hours with no explanation. Well, the parties apparently hammered out in accord. So, yeah, that's fun. Yeah, it's great, man. The last-minute deal, Fox News settled a defamation lawsuit from voting. No, I don't want to sign up for BBC. Voting machines from firm Dominion over its coverage of the 2020 U.S. election. The network, controlled by media mogul Robert Murdoch and his family, agreed to pay Dominion $787.5 million. While the payout is large, it means Fox avoids what the bill by some as the defamation trial of the century. However, the network faces a second similar lawsuit from another election technology firm, Smartmatic. The settlement means that Fox and Dominion can now put the case behind them, with both firms being able to claim victory. The reality is, two big companies in this case are by nature risk adverse, and anytime you got a jury, risky. David Logan, professor of law at Roger Williams University, told BBC. The almost $800 million, at almost $800 million, it is one of the biggest ever financial settlements in a defamation case. It's obviously a significant number. We shouldn't dismiss that. I mean, it is a really, really large number. Anglo Carson, president of left-leaning media watchdog Media Matters for America, told BBC. However, it is less than half of the $1.6 billion initially sought by Dominion. Put the payout into context, the parent company, Fox Corporation, reported net income of $1.23 billion for the last financial year. It is also sitting on the largest reserve of cash, around $4 billion, according to recent company filing. Robert Murdoch and his family, who control News Corp media empire, which includes Fox News, the Times of London, and the Wall Street Journal, are estimated to have a fortune of $17.6 billion, according to Forbes magazine. The deal also spars Fox executives, including Mr. Murdoch, and some of the network's anchors have testified in one of the most high-profile defamation trials in history. Like, honestly, I kind of suspected that was the reason why, right? Because, like, they don't want to have, you know, Murdoch and all the Fox personalities speak under oath at to a jury. So it would look really, really, really bad for them. I can only imagine, right? Fox was going to have to deal with another round of embarrassing revelations, Professor Logan said. The company's legal team may have also been weighing the potential financial cost of the case and had gone ahead with Dominion and won. At one, Fox issued a settlement, or written a settlement, acknowledging the court's findings that Fox made false claims about Dominion, but did not include an apology. We are hopeful that our decision to resolve the dispute with Dominion amicably instead of the presumably a division trial allows the country to move forward from these issues, the statement said. However, Fox will not be able to put the issue of its reporting on the 2020 presidential election behind it quite yet. Still facing a second similar defamation lawsuit from another election technology firm, Smartmatic, which is seeking $2.7 billion. For Dominion, the $787.5 million from Fox payout may just be the start. It still has an outstanding case against Fox's smaller rivals Newsmax and OAN, plus several of former President Donald Trump's associates. I think we need to read this one. Okay, so before we do so, I want to talk about this.
The most recent federal election prediction model is out, and it's very interesting.
So yeah, this was the polling I was talking about earlier about, like, if the Conservative Party was to win and if the Liberal Party was to win.
While the Conservatives are consistently polling ahead by large numbers, it does not translate into seats. This is because their federal polling numbers are overrepresented in the prairies, where there's only a handful of seats, and they're already winning all of them, so the margin...
Yeah, like, the prairies, it, like, ultimately doesn't even matter. Like, the prairies are, like, solid blue regardless, outside of, like, maybe some of the cities.
that they win by does not matter. While I don't think that the next election will end up exactly like this, if this was to happen, it's a very interesting case. Because the only way for either the CPC or the LPC to form government would be to have a coalition with the Bloc Québécois, and even then the Liberals would only have a majority by 1, and the Conservatives would only have a majority by 3.
And, like, the thing is that, like, the Bloc Québécois probably won't form government with the Conservatives, because the Conservatives, like Pierre Poilievre, I should say, attacked the CBC, and that did not sit well with the Bloc Québécois.
Meaning that the Bloc would have an insane amount of power in Parliament. And what's even more interesting about this is that the way that Canada's parliamentary democracy works is that in this scenario, the Liberals would actually have a chance to form government before the Conservatives. So there is a scenario in which the Conservatives win the popular vote, get slightly more seats than the Liberals, but the Liberals are still able to form a government. Because that's how a multi-party parliamentary democracy works. So whenever we have another election, if it does end up like this, it'll be very interesting to see.
I don't think it will, though. I do think that the Liberals will be able to form another government. Again, it will probably be another minority, because the Conservatives are just fucking dog shit. Like, literally no one likes them, right? Like, the only reason why they're so high is because of the fucking prairies. Like, that's the only reason why.
A few hours after recording this, I have to make an update. Because of Pierre's current stance on CBC and Radio-Canada, I do not think the Bloc Québécois will ever work with him. So yeah, it looks like even if Pierre wins the most amount of seats, we're going to have another 4 years of Trudeau.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
We just want
All right, let's talk about the SpaceX rocket explosion.
Saw this because it happened like minutes before we went on air this morning, and it's pretty shocking.
43 seconds into the test flight. Lessening stress on the vehicle. The call out. Max Q now.
And there, as you saw, as we promised, an exciting end.
An exciting end.
That's putting it one way.
So let me explain. So what you just saw there was SpaceX's giant rocket called Starship exploding just 4 minutes after it took off. So what do we know? Well, the most important thing, and let's just say this right now, there was no crew on board, so no one was hurt here. But the surprising thing,
Which is not how like American rocket companies have dealt with things in the past. Like during the space race, a lot of fucking American astronauts died.
maybe the reason why so many people were cheering even after it exploded is that this explosion didn't necessarily come as a surprise. So before the launch, the company's founder, Elon Musk, was sort of tamping down expectations, saying that the goal here was to gather data and that this launch might not actually work because Starship is easily the company's biggest and most powerful rocket it has ever attempted to fly. And apparently, just getting off the launch pad was seen as something of a win here, with SpaceX employees even themselves reportedly cheering after the rocket exploded. Pretty expensive data gathering mission, if you ask me. Now, the goal here
most
is
expensive
to be able
firework
to send this type of ship to the moon, and NASA is counting on that for its Artemis mission. And beyond that, even send this thing to Mars. Here's what SpaceX tweeted. As if the test flight was not exciting enough, Starship experienced a rapid, unscheduled disassembly before stage separation. A rapid, unscheduled.
Yeah, that's putting it nicely.
Translation, yeah, it exploded.
Like,
SpaceX took another shot last hour at launching its super powerful Starship rocket. And for a few minutes at least, it looked like a successful blastoff, but it wasn't. Take a look.
4, 3.
About 4 minutes after taking off from the launch pad, something went wrong and the uncrewed rocket exploded. SpaceX workers cheered anyways and are still calling the test flight a success. Joining us now to discuss this more, the CBC science reporter, Nicole Mortellero. She was watching that launch and, Nicole, the explosion that followed. It's funny because we were watching and everyone was applauding, but the pictures weren't really matching the reaction. What happened? What did we witness?
Well, we saw a successful launch, right? That's the main thing. And we knew that this is a test launch, and we knew that something could happen. In fact, SpaceX had on their countdown at T-0, excitement guaranteed. So that is the reason why they were cheering, because this was a test. It got off the launch pad. It didn't blow up at the launch pad, thank goodness. But that was the reason why the cheering. Musk has always been about looking at explosions or perceived failures as successes because they get to learn from it.
Okay, so let's talk about the significance of this, as you just touched on there. Why was this such an important launch, and what happens next now?
Well, now what happens is they go back to the drawing board. They have actually, if you look at the Boca Chica site, they have many Starships already lined up. So they're going to go back to the drawing board. They're going to figure out why. And you could see actually when it was lifting off that some of the engines didn't ignite. So they're going to look at that. They're going to figure out why they had to destroy the rocket. But you know what? It was a success. It launched. It didn't destroy the launch pad.
Okay, and again, the significance of it too.
Well,
I mean, I thought we figured this shit out decades ago, right? And we're celebrating a fucking rocket exploding? Come on, man.
Yeah, this is going to be the spaceship, and it's an iteration of the human landing system that will be used for Artemis 3 to put the astronauts on the moon. So this is a very critical test to figure out, how this is going to work before you put humans on board, of course.
A lot to continue to watch here. Thank you for breaking it down for us.
Right.
That is the CBC senior science reporter, Nicole Mortellero. And now, for more on this, I want to bring in Tim Fernholz in Oakland, California. He's a senior reporter for Quartz. He's also the author of Rocket Billionaires Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, and the New Space Race. Tim, thanks for joining us.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here.
Okay, so you have been covering SpaceX since 2011. What went through your mind when you watched that launch and then that explosion after?
Well, it was the perfect SpaceX moment because it was the culmination of everything Elon Musk has been saying about the need to go to Mars to build bigger, more efficient, reusable rockets. We saw it clear the launch tower, and then it blew up, which is another characteristic of all of SpaceX's great test programs. So it really was the full SpaceX show.
So when we looked at the SpaceX Twitter feed, the account tweeted, "As if the flight test was not exciting enough, Starship experienced a rapid unscheduled disassembly before stage separation." So what happens now? What conversations do you think are happening behind closed doors, given what we just witnessed?
Well, the engineers are trying to figure out what went wrong. Obviously, that was not the result the folks at SpaceX had hoped for, but testing a brand new rocket is a very difficult process. They always, not always, but often go wrong. So they're going to be looking to see what happened with the engines on the booster. We saw from a picture that SpaceX shared looking up at the rocket booster that maybe 5 of the engines either went out or failed to start. So they're going to be saying, what happened there? And then we didn't see the booster separate from the Starship itself. So they're going to have to say, was there a problem with the mechanism that detaches the rocket? What happened there? So there are so many variables. This rocket is covered in sensors that are sending information back to computers. It's being recorded with all kinds of cameras. So now it's like a forensic investigation. What are we seeing and how can we correct it next time?
And so to that point, we certainly saw here Elon Musk has tweeted, "We learned a lot for the next test launch in a few months." I'm wondering, in terms of how common something like this is, of course, the positioning from the SpaceX team was that this was a success. And, we've heard from you and from our senior science reporter that in the point of the launch, there was a success there, but certainly it didn't go entirely as planned as we watched that explosion happen. So what can be learned from that going forward, and how common is an event like that when we are doing these sort of test launches or witnessing them?
It's incredibly common. In this new world of space business that we're in right now, we have seen a number of private companies try and launch rockets, and almost inevitably they fail on the first, second, even third launches. That was the case with SpaceX's first rocket, the Falcon 1. And if you even look at the Artemis moon rocket that we saw take off last year, there were 4 or 5 aborted launches before that thing got off the ground. To someone who is not familiar with the world of rocketry, it can be disappointing, or it can seem like, I don't know, corporate euphemisms or cover-ups when people say, this is actually a success in these various ways. But that's the way it is when you're building rockets. It's not the same as anything else. And then with Starship, this is the most complex, largest, most powerful rocket that anyone has ever devised. So it's not a huge surprise that things went wrong. I honestly kind of expected it to blow up on the pad the minute the countdown hit 0.
So that would be pretty surprising then to watch it, as you say, at least successfully make that launch. How significant is it that this is the biggest rocket ever built?
Well, it's very significant for the vision that Elon Musk and other space advocates have of an economy in space in the future. The goal is to drive down the cost of going to space by making a large, reusable rocket that is very efficient, so that you could do things like mine water on the moon, launch huge new satellites.
I mean, we have fucking plenty of water here, right? Like, I'm sure we could easily make like some form of device in order to drink ocean water. Like, I understand it's like very fucking salty and everything, and like it would dehydrate you, right? But like, you don't think that, you know, we wouldn't be able to devise like some form of equipment in order to separate that for like and like making like clean water cost effective and like, you know, accessible to like literally like everyone. Like, why the fuck would we need to hold back water from the moon? This doesn't make sense to me. Like, the other application that it has is like, you know, being able to mine on like asteroids and stuff like that are like very rich in rare earth minerals and metals, right? But
Lights, maybe manufacture stuff in space, have commercial private space stations.
I mean, the main issue with like that though is that we know why he wants to go to space is so that, you know, he doesn't have to follow like any fucking regulations when it comes to workers' rights. Like, that's one of the main reasons on why a lot of companies are looking to go to space, so that they can get away with fucking like abusing their fucking powers when it comes to that, as well as you know, not having to conform to labor rights. So there's that.
All of these things that these advocates want to see. What it, I think, really matters to most people and to the public in general is that NASA wants to use this vehicle to land astronauts on the moon through the Artemis program that the Canadian Space Agency is also playing a huge role in. And so one thing that I am watching is how NASA is going to look at what SpaceX is doing and try and keep them on schedule, because they would like to put people on the moon in 2026 or 2027. And that's the deadline that really matters for Starship and for sort of the public's interest in space exploration. And so this first test flight, we can say, all right, we learned something. But if a year from now, this vehicle hasn't gone into orbit, then people are going to start getting nervous and saying, okay, well, how are we going to put these astronauts on the moon?
So I want to talk timetable for just a brief moment, finally, to end our conversation, you know, with a lunar destination as the ultimate goal. And we watched what happened here today with this launch. I'm wondering, you know, Elon Musk now says the next space Starship test launch in a few months. I heard you say, let's see a year from now. What does the timeline look like, given what we saw today and given how much work needs to be put into applying the lessons learned?
Sure. So when we're talking about Artemis, the next thing we're going to see is the Artemis 2 mission. It's going to send 4 astronauts, including 1 Canadian astronaut, on an orbit around the moon. And we should see that in 2024. After that, if all goes well, NASA would like to see an actual moon landing in 2026. And that's what the Starship will be used for. So before that happens, one, we need to see the Starship fly into orbit and come back and land, just so we know that it works. We're going to have to see that Starship has the life support equipment inside of it to keep those astronauts alive in space. And then we're going to have to see that the Starship can get refueled in orbit, because in order for the Starship to get to the moon, it has to be fueled up again in space. That's not necessarily an easy maneuver, and it's something that they need to test. And then finally, NASA wants to see a uncrewed Starship do a test landing on the moon before they put any astronauts on it. So that's, you know, 4 or 5 major things that they have to demonstrate, and they have to do it by 2025 or 2026. So this is a first step, and they're not necessarily off schedule, but things are only going to get tighter from here.
And perhaps this will be just one of many conversations with you over the next few months and years. Thanks for your time today, Tim.
My pleasure.
Tim Fernholz in Oakland, California.
All right, let's talk about Galen Weston stepping down as Loblaws president.
PC Gourmet Coffee.
The face of the President's Choice brand is President No More. Galen Weston is out of the top job at Loblaw, though he says he's still in charge.
You know, I'm not leaving. I'm stepping back into, you know, what I consider.
It's mostly just to save face, right? Because of how much he's been under scrutiny from, like, the NDP as well as Canadians. Just, you know, Canadians essentially know who the fuck Galen Weston is at this point. And CEOs don't generally like that because, you know, especially when, you know, when the masses are frustrated with them, they don't really like that. That's why they'll often step down or step aside, right?
To be my natural role as the controlling shareholder.
Loblaw says the leadership change has been in the works for months. Weston will stay on as chair of the board and CEO of parent company George Weston Limited. He's handing the reins at Loblaw to European retail executive Per Bank.
Of course, he's a fucking European man.
The largest supermarket chain in Denmark. This as all major Canadian grocers have been accused of profiting off inflation, even
because they are
parliamentary hearings. Loblaw and Weston have attracted the most public frustration.
People working high up.
And that's why he's stepping down, right? Is so that, like, he's still going to be in charge of everything, right? But he's not going to be the face because of the fucking backlash that he's been getting. That's the only reason why.
Loblaws are greedy. Galen Weston is a billionaire.
While most billionaires don't know what the price of bread and eggs are, Galen Weston definitely does because he's overcharging us for them.
I know food prices are top of mind these days.
And when Loblaw raised Weston's pay by more than $1 million a few weeks ago, the move made headlines across the country.
The reality is that people are just feeling a little bit tired of hearing the value message coming from Galen when he doesn't feel relatable.
Hundreds of new items.
Loblaw wouldn't confirm if Weston will still show.
I mean, like, the thing is that, like, the new figurehead won't be relatable either. He's going to be like another rich asshole who's, you know, still gouging us for everything, right? So it doesn't really matter.
Up in ads, but this expert says staying out of the spotlight makes sense.
We should keep in mind this is a family-owned business, and Galen's still going to be the power behind the throne.
Though he points out the change in the corner office will make little difference at the checkout.
It doesn't help consumers when it comes to their pocketbooks and the high price of groceries.
No, it's just it's honestly just to save his skin. That's all he's like doing it for.
5 big grocery stores control 80% of the market in Canada. Some suggest relief from soaring food prices will only come with greater competition. Nisha Patel, CBC.
Okay, let's move on to some fun stuff. So let's do this one, I guess.
Do you have a quick minute to do
what is it on? Oh, I'm going to pass on that.
That's Iowa State Senator Jason Schultz. He's the sponsor of the most dramatic rollback of child labor protections in the nation, even if he doesn't want to talk about it.
So for context, there are some states, I believe, like in Tennessee, for example, I think Tennessee, that are like starting to roll back like a lot of child labor laws. And yeah, now essentially companies can get away with doing fucking child labor. I mean, it doesn't really matter because like a lot of big brands already use child labor, especially within like the global south, right? Say like Nestle. Nestle is obviously the biggest one of the biggest offenders of that, which everyone should know at this point. But there's also a fuck ton others.
I'm going to pass on that. I'm just kind of stepping back on that one. I'm going to not get into any conversations. I'm going to stay away from that, although you might find out later why. Oh. There you go. There's your tease.
Senator Schultz is clearly proud of his work, but as our investigation will show you, he's just one part of a shadowy national effort funded by big corporations and PACs to roll back child labor laws that have been in place since the 1930s.
More states are considering changes to child labor laws as they try to fill jobs. Maine and Michigan lowered the required age to serve alcohol. New Jersey raised the limit on the number of hours teens can work over the summer. In Minnesota, a new bill would allow 16 and 17-year-olds to work construction jobs. In Iowa, proposed law would let 14 and 15-year-olds work certain jobs in meat packing plants.
The Iowa bill...
What the fuck, bro? That's insane. Right?
Takes child labor law rollbacks to the next level. Think kids in ultra-dangerous meatpacking facilities, high-volume Pepsi bottling plants, and working for cheap on the searing hot ovens of fast food chains like McDonald's for 30 plus hours a week. No, for real. Iowa Republicans want to allow kids between the ages of 14 to 17 to work in incredibly dangerous, often deadly workplaces. Places like construction sites where more than
Yeah, and like remember how like, you know, there were like massive strikes and protests in order to make sure that, you know, fucking kids didn't have to go and, you know, work and do dangerous shit. Like, remember that? Like, it's insane that, you know, they're fucking doing this again. But, like, you know, it happens within the global south, so I'm not surprised that they're trying to do shit in the global north as well. Like, it's only a matter of time, right? Because a lot of these fucking companies love child labor because, for one, they get more money out of it and they can pay children less because, you know, they don't really know the value of their labor, right? Like, even, like, some adults don't really know the fucking value of their labors either, so.
5,000 workers died last year. As it's set up now, there would be virtually no restrictions. The job would just have to be part of an education program, something that the company could invent itself. It's true that more than a third of teenagers...
Oh, yes, because when private companies, you know, set up things like that, it's never like a bad thing, right? Never. It's never been a bad thing.
Across the U.S. worked summer jobs in 2021, but serving ice cream isn't exactly the same as working in promotion. So why would lawmakers put kids who are just finishing middle school into such dangerous situations?
Because they're not making enough money, you see.
Right now, kids can be out till 10 o'clock if they're out for a sport or a school activity. And so why...
So it's time to put them back in the mines, you see? Child doesn't know the meaning of work nowadays. They're all too soft. We need to put them back in the mines.
Why are they not able to be able to work until, say, for example, 9 o'clock?
An actual expert we spoke to firmly disagreed.
It's a bizarre argument to argue that playing team sports is akin to working in a, you know, in a factory or some other dangerous environment. We like kids not to work more than 20 hours a week because that's kind of a cutoff for damage that's done to them educationally.
Okay, so why are lawmakers actually doing this?
The bill was really spearheaded by the Restaurant Association. We sort of came along. We were asked to be, we were invited to come along.
That's Brad Epperly, a lobbyist who works for big corporate clients
there
like
he
the
is.
Iowa Grocery
There it
Industry
is.
Association. He's outright admitting to us that the Iowa Restaurant Association was the driving force behind this bill. They're an affiliate of the National Restaurant Association, a trade group that represents some of the biggest names in fast food, like Burger King and Taco Bell. They also lobby for big corporations like PepsiCo and Cisco. And from one look at their newsletter from this time last year, you can tell they've been hard at work spreading the gospel about the benefits of young labor. The hands-on internship at the slaughterhouse is their big priority this year, but we can't give them all the credit. This child labor law rollback originated at a meeting of the Iowa Workforce Development Board, which is overseen by Governor Kim Reynolds. Most of its members are corporate CEOs and lobbyists, and they meet up several times a year to come up with new policies. This bill was a product of a meeting.
Like, if anything, it's just going to be more fucking dead children in America, right? Which is incredibly fucking sad, because, you know, you already have kids dying from, like, fucking disease and, like, car accidents, and, like, the major one being gun violence. Like, this is going to be, like, another big one that kills a lot of kids.
In November. The WDB is chaired by Jay Iverson, executive officer of the Association of Iowa Builders, hence the emphasis on kids using bandsaws on work sites. Lobbyists from the Iowa Association of Business and Industry are well represented on the board, which gives member corporations like John Deere and Google seats at the table. And of course, no race to the bottom would be complete without the Koch-funded Americans for Prosperity and Opportunity Solutions Network, also lobbying on the bill. Given their obvious enthusiasm, we tried to get some of these lobbyists to talk to us about the many benefits of child labor.
It's cheaper, it's, you know, kids can fit into smaller spaces, you can pay them less, you get more production out of it. Like those are like some of the multitude of different reasons on why they want to use child labor more. Like, I thought we settled this shit back in, like, what, the fucking, like, 40s, 50s? You know, like, I thought we settled this, like, a long time ago. Because, like, you know, child labor laws are actually a really good thing, you know. Parents don't have to worry about, you know, their children getting fucking, like, shredded to pieces by, you know, going into, like, machines. Like, it's psychotic that this shit's making a comeback.
I'll go ahead and do this.
But they were a bit shy to take credit for their work. The next part of the bill was clearly written for the Iowa Restaurant Association, Hotel and Lodging Association, and National Bureau of Independent Businesses, the state leaders in low-wage jobs. It would allow 14-year-olds to work in giant freezing meat lockers and raise their mandatory clock-out time from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m., and then 11 p.m. in the summer.
The research
That's
that has
fucked,
been done
man.
has found pretty clearly that 20 hours is kind of a cutoff, and when kids work more than that during the school week, their grades start to plummet, and their school completion rate starts to plummet.
Many businesses like retail, restaurants, and fast food joints love to hire kids because they'll take a lower paycheck. If they can stay at work even longer, places like McDonald's, which loves hiring kids, don't even need to worry about hiring adults who can fill those jobs, let alone paying them living wages.
Because, you know, they are, you know, they can pay them less. Why would you pay for an adult who can make or makes like higher requests when you can get a fucking kid to do it for you, right? Like, that's why a lot of these fucking companies love kids.
Children's brains are not fully developed, especially that part of the brain that exercises caution, that tells a person that, oh, this is dangerous, I might get hurt. That part of the brain is just not quite there yet. And it doesn't really fully develop until the early or mid-20s.
The bill would also let 16 and 17-year-olds handle alcohol on the job, which effectively puts them in pubs and bars with intoxicated adults. Consider the...
Yeah, and like, you know, you know, that sounds like such a good thing. Like, yeah, it's totally not like, you know, a lot of those workers, you know, deal with a bunch of fucking insane, intoxicated people all the time, or anything.
These all big wins.
As well as, like, you know, being put in danger for, you know, from them as well.
For BlackRock, Vanguard, Wellington, JP Morgan, Fidelity, those Wall Street titans naturally own big stakes in the multinational food distribution powerhouses Cisco and Performance Food Service, two of the top donors to the Iowa Restaurant Association. Truly the voice of small business.
Totally.
But there's one company that benefits more over any other.
Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle.
Hy-Vee is one of the biggest employers in Iowa and one of its most prolific violators of child labor law. Every few years, a new report seems to come out about all the minors unlawfully working for them. Since 2000, Hy-Vee has been fined over $700,000 for more than 30 labor law violations.
Damn, bro.
Including a big fine last year for safety violations. But as much as they forked over to OSHA, Hy-Vee has been even more generous to Kim Reynolds and Iowa Republicans, shelling out over $815,000 over the last decade alone. Reynolds even kicked off her 2018 campaign for governor at a Hy-Vee and appeared on their bespoke talk show.
Hy-Vee is a great example of a phenomenal employer. They're one
totally.
of our largest employers in the state of Iowa. They're in small communities.
Yeah, totally. You know, having, you know, 32 labor violations. Yeah, such a great place to work.
Across this great state and one of the major employers in these small communities. So very, very grateful to that helpful smile in every aisle.
It's unclear how many kids were working there at the time, but Hy-Vee is just one of many corporations that are now regularly being caught violating child labor law. For a bill pitched as a cure for so-called worker shortages in Iowa, where the minimum wage is still $7.25, and so many other states, the reality is damning. You've seen the headlines, including the huge recent expose in the New York Times about the proliferation of child labor. Since the pandemic began, violations have exploded and were up by 37%. Packer Sanitation Services, Hyundai Kia in Alabama, Blackstone-owned PCSA, a sanitation company with systemic violations. Instead of cracking down, states are lining up to legalize the practices, 10 over the past 2 years alone. It's much the same story in Arkansas, Ohio, and Wisconsin. Big donations by big corporations are leading to laws that put kids at risk in order to save a few bucks. The intention
You
is
know, the more and more I see this kind of shit happening all the goddamn time, all the goddamn time, the more and more I want lobbying to be legal. Like, honestly, like, if a company does fucking lobbying, or if a fucking politician accepts money from lobbyists, I think they should be fucking tried and thrown in jail.
written in plain English. The original version of the Iowa bill called for total corporate immunity if a kid got injured at a dangerous workplace. Lawmakers were forced to scrub that last part, but employers will still avoid liability if a kid gets into an accident while driving home after working late into the night.
So here's the thing, though. Like, you know for a fact they're going to just say that, you know, they got, you know, it happened outside of work. You know for a fact they're going to do that, right? Because, like, even companies here do that already as is.
Exploit a kid's cheap labor, then send them packing, and no responsibility when there are consequences. It should go without saying, but such a textbook example of corporate greed and corruption shouldn't qualify as educational experience.
Yep. True. It's a great one.
How does it? I'm going to pass on that.
That's Iowa State Senator Jason Schultz.
heck is going
He's the
on here?
sponsor of the most dramatic rollback of child labor protections in the nation.
I'm going to pass on that.
That's Iowa State
Going on
Senator
here?
Jason.
So yeah, that's a cool thing that they're doing, right? Watch this just for fun.
If you've been paying attention to politics really at all in the last few years, you know that Republicans are obsessed with a certain word.
Wokeness is a virus more dangerous than any pandemic, hands down.
Most of us know that woke is a term created by Black Americans, and it basically means being aware of what's going on around you, especially when it comes to issues of race and social justice. But last week, some of the most committed ultra MAGA supporters got...
But like I'm actually kind of curious to see what, like, I'm always interested in seeing what like fucking conservatives have to say or like define what woke is. It's super fucking funny to watch.
Together for CPAC, the annual conservative conference, where definitions of this term were murky.
I think the woke today are basically the ones who buy into the mainstream dominant narrative of that everything's a identity-oriented, virtue signaling position to have a different position of power. That whole narrative, I think that's people who genuinely believe that are basically brainwashed.
Wokery is part of the Marxist agenda, along with ESG.
There it is.
Along with the 1619 movement and BLM.
What do you think woke means?
I think that there's an attack on regular family values that have been consistently themed in the United States for hundreds of years.
I'm a mom, and so for me, woke is probably a little bit different than just the huge general population. I think more about my children and schools that they're in, and children are now coming home and thinking that they have to...
Yeah, totally. It's totally not like, you know, they're like America as is already does like a bunch of fucking indoctrination, whether it be like you know, the Pledge of Allegiance, like that shit's just weird, or the you know, essentially not like allowing like any other form of religion outside of like Christianity in the fucking school. Well, there's that too.
Accept things that maybe we didn't teach in our family or in our home. So everything is just being disruptive.
Even if nobody is 100% consistent in how they define it, one thing you are sure to get here is a steady stream of over-the-top invective about it from the stage. In fact, anti-wokeness seems to be the glue that is holding an otherwise fractious GOP together at the moment. And the thing is, GOP anti-wokeness is really just new packaging for an old idea. We used to call it the culture war, and its main tenet seems to be that diversity is bad.
We will teach our values and promote our history and our traditions to our children. We will, in other words, be proud of our country again.
And at CPAC, it's easy to think that, quote, the war on woke is America's main issue. But out in the real world, most Republicans think that their leadership isn't focusing on what matters most, the economy. It's not clear if anti-wokeness is the winning strategy that some Republican officials think it is.
When I see the state of politics right now and kind of what's on the ballot for 2024, topics like woke is just a complete distractor from actual issues. Homelessness is up, people are out of jobs, people are struggling to pay the bills, gas prices are up. Those are the issues that I care about. I feel it's
and like he's right about that, right? And like the funny thing is that like that's what like a vast majority of these people who they claim are woke are concerned about too, right?
It's very disingenuous to say that the most important issue is whether or not we're putting transgender bathrooms. Republicans were running this idea for like the past, 3-4 election cycles. Look how that turned out.
GOP voters are hungry for an electoral win, and at least some of the elected officials we ran into at CPAC are more keen to talk about what they're up to in Congress.
I gave my speech about the border. I gave my speech about the oversight agenda
Matt Gaetz.
and about the work that we have to do to make sure that our government isn't weaponized. So I tried to give a really substantive policy speech about those matters.
Okay. We're focused on reducing crime. We're focused on reducing inflation. We believe we have inflation because Washington spent too much money, but the big priority is trying to get the border secure.
And that's more important than wokeness, you probably think.
Well, yeah, absolutely. We're concerned about reducing inflation. We're concerned about reducing crime, which would mean securing the border, and we're concerned about the government being.
Despite the fact that like even the CIA literally said that those who are committing like the most amount of crime, especially violent crime, are fucking right-wing nationalists. So there's that.
Involved in trying to change the way people think.
Just how anti-woke a candidate should be is something that will be tested in the upcoming primaries. But the person who is making a pretty successful attempt at honing in on the quote, woke mind virus, his words, not ours, is someone who wasn't even at CPAC, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
Unsurprising.
DeSantis has made anti-wokeness his political brand by signing the Don't Say Gay bill, banning CRT in Florida classrooms, and going after Disney. And starting this month,
as well as banning books. Like, don't forget that. See if I can find it. There was this grandma going off during a hearing. In Florida. See if I can find it. I really want.
I am.
Here it is. There was this grandma going off.
100 years young. I'm here to
This is in Florida, by the way.
Our school's district book banning policy. My husband, Robert Nickel, was killed in action in World War II. At a very young age, he was only 26, defending our democracy, Constitution, and freedoms. One of the freedoms that the Nazis crushed was the freedom to read the books they banned. They stopped the free press, banned and burned books.
I like this.
The
this lady.
freedom to read, which is protected by the First Amendment, is our essential right and duty of our democracy. Even so, it is continually under attack by both the public and private groups who think they hold the truth. In response to the book banning throughout our country and Martin County, last year, during the time I was 99, I have created this quilt to remind all of us that these few of so many more books that are banned or targeted need to be proudly displayed and protected. And read if you choose to. The quilt was shown on national TV as part of Ali Valshi's Banned Book Club segment. Banned books and burning books are the same. Both are done for the same reason. Fear of knowledge. Fear is not freedom. Fear is not liberty. Fear is control. My husband died as a father of freedom. I am a mother of liberty. Banned books need to be proudly displayed and protected from school boards like this. Thank you very much.
Like, keep in mind, she's like 100 years old. Like, you know, she saw the shit that was going on in the 1940s, and she's, you know, seeing the exact same shit happen again, right?
Florida is expected to pass a bunch more measures, like banning the use of preferred pronouns in K-12 schools and scrapping gender.
So wait, they're pro like gender abolitionists then? Because like he and him are pronouns, same with she and her, right? Like, that's one thing I don't understand with fucking conservatives is like they go so far as that, like, you know, they make themselves sound like gender abolitionists or whatever.
Studies and diversity programs in state universities. This is what turning anti-woke words into actual anti-diversity policy looks like. And it might set up DeSantis nicely to tangle with former President Donald Trump.
DeSantis is coming out of the pulpit of a...
Okay, not gonna lie though, that fucking Donald Trump like shirt or jacket or whatever it was kind of goes hard, not gonna lie. It looks fucking awesome.
Right now. And by him taking that stance against the woke as the CEO of a state, it's actually a pretty bold move.
See,
he's not
you know
a sideline
what?
like Trump is now, talking as a private citizen. He's making that a stance of the executive branch of government for the state of Florida. It's pretty bold.
I'm Michael Learmonth, editor-in-chief.
All right. I think that's where we're going to end things for today then. Getting a little bit late. So, yeah, I hope everyone enjoyed, you know. It's been a great time. We'll we'll talk about, like, next time we'll talk about the how things had turned out for the the striking. We'll see what happens there, and yeah, we'll see if the Liberals team up with the Conservatives to put a new or back to work legislation in place. But time will tell. I guess we'll see. It very well could happen. So till then, see you.